I think we here. Yo, it's an interesting time in hip hop, and there's a lot of things that I can definitely speak about. Okay, like right here, I got YG dropping a new album. Want to talk about this a little bit. Some people are hating in the comments, of course. Well, there's always going to be haters, but he's reuniting, or pretty much some people will say that Kendrick or even Nipsey. Well, I think he was attempting to do it, but what happened with that. But Kendrick pretty much did it with the beef, where he united the Bloods and the Crips. But YG's also doing a video with that, and it's getting some backlash. Some people trying to say, like, oh, is this all LA can rap about is gang culture? I'm trying to tell y'all, man, there's more to LA than just gangster rap. I don't know why gangster rap is always the music that gets contributed to the West Coast. As I had to say in another post, we got a lot of other underground rappers coming from LA that are definitely underlooked and underrated. Dom Kennedy. Well, Tyler the Creator became kind of famous. I know his music is subjective, but we also have Earl Sweatshirt, which is some people were mentioning on the other call. Do I think Earl Sweatshirt is better than Drake? No, I do not. But I think that Earl Sweatshirt is definitely a dope LA rapper. So, yeah, that's a little bit I want to talk about. Plus, I'm sure that we've been hearing about the beef between Charlemagne and academics. And this is the other part. This is the main part that I wanted to speak to you guys about, is what is up with the current state of hip hop and hip hop culture. You see, this is the difference between me and those others, is that a lot of these others, including you, Janice, or shall I say Joe Budden, including y'all talk about the same shit. That's all they really talk about. And I just wonder why people out there find this entertaining. Isn't it time to uplift? Isn't it time to talk about something more important? There's a lot of other things that are going on in hip hop and hip hop culture that we could discuss. There's a lot of other things that are going on in the world that are way more important than, this little petty beef between Rick Ross and Drake. There's a lot more important things to talk about than OnlyFans models, Vlad, or social media influencers that are going viral, whatever you want to call it. The ones that have the stars of this time or their 15 minutes of fame. And yes, I got a poll over there in the chat section. Make sure you guys vote in the poll. Tell me what you think. Ask me some questions. I'll take some in a minute. J. Cole. Wow, we got one rating for J. Cole. That was interesting. That's the one I forgot to put on the other poll. I put Kendrick and Drake. A lot of y'all chose Kendrick, which was interesting. And I noticed the platforms were kind of different depending on which. But I understand this is beatGrade and we're a hip hop crowd. So a real hip hop crowd, or we really pay attention to the lyrics and production. So I'm not surprised that a lot of y'all voted for Kendrick. But now I have J. Cole added to the list because I was like, how could we forget J. Cole? You know who else I should have put on that list? Was A$AP Rocky. So if you guys think A$AP Rocky, who dropped the better album so far this year out of rap albums? We're not talking also, Taylor Swift and all this other stuff. Right now we're talking specifically rap albums. Who dropped the best rap album? That's what I want to know. Your thoughts. So we'll get into this YG thing in just a second. I hang with all damn, just want the same shit. Whoa, in this bitch gang thick. All damn, just want to. Okay, so yeah, man. He's definitely banging in this video. But the one thing I want to ask is, what is up with the current state of rap? Can I know you guys' opinions on that? I mean, maybe I'll jump on the TikTok in just a second. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll jump on the TikTok because I know they be getting a lot of questions going over there, and then they get me started over there. But, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. Let's just go to this real quick. Like I said, I don't want to cover this and talk about the same thing that everybody else is talking about, but I think that we have to kind of cover it. We have to kind of cover it, man. Is what's going on with Academics and Charlemagne. It almost, makes me feel strange in a way to even have to talk about this. And I don't even want to replay some of the stuff that Charlemagne is, having allegations for or had allegations for. But what I will say, though, is that those of us that pay attention to what happens in media, we know that he just signed a big deal, meaning $200 million deal, right? So, yes, it was a very big deal. And I think it's also with Netflix or something like that, too. Or maybe it was even a separate deal with Netflix. I don't know. Something around that line. Let's just say it was a lot of money. Academics now is trying to get this man canceled. And maybe this will be another talk. Or no, maybe we could do this here. But I hate it when YouTubers say, "Oh, that'll be another video. That'll be another video." No, just explain it right here. There's no need to do another video. Just say it right here. Because, when they say, that'll be another video, they never do the other video. So I'll do it in this video. What I can't stand in this situation is two black men going at it. Two black men, young and successful, who have built their platforms, and now they're going at each other, trying to tear each other down. I don't know. Maybe they want to take that spot. According to Complex magazine, Academics already got that spot. So why would you care if Charlemagne has that spot? Why would you care? But apparently, I guess maybe some of us know that Complex is not the say all in hip hop or what's going on in hip hop media. Yeah, it would be really cool to get a job at Complex like Speedy did and catapult your career. Or like Joe Budden, maybe not everybody's trying to get a job at Complex. Maybe not everybody wants to work there. Maybe everybody or some people rather do it on their own. Okay? So that's the way I see it. But the point that I'm making, though, is that where is the loyalty, man? Where is the loyalty in hip hop? Do we have any more loyalty left? I remember that there was a time in rap music where we used to have like rules to this. You know what I'm saying? Like there were codes. There were certain things you just didn't do or didn't say. I remember back in the days that, and not to sound like unk or whatever, you know what I mean? But it's like, yo, man, let's keep it real, yo. Let's keep it real. Even some Gen Zers out there know when was the best era of hip hop. We all know it was the golden era. That was the best era in hip hop. And I remember, man, that there were just certain rules to this that you just abide by. You don't do certain things. You don't snitch. You don't walk around with bodyguards. You got to know how to fight. Like a lot of these dudes out here don't even know how to fight. And I'm not trying to advocate for this or say anything like that. I'm just saying how things used to be, man. Nowadays, it's like these dudes are proud to not know how to fight. Like, what kind of masculinity is that? Like, you don't even know how to fight. Like, what are you going to do if your bodyguard ain't there for you? What are you going to do, man? You think that your bodyguards are going to be able to protect you all the time? Tupac? Come on, man. But it's like, yo, that's the culture that we're in now, which I find very interesting. And let's be real, yo. Nobody's talking about this. Nobody's talking about this, man. So now we have two, which you could say who was even in according to Complex, which some people vote for, that I guess they find what they say creditable. We have two of the black men who are in the top 5. I think it's the top 5 of hip hop media journalism, right? And both these brothers are going at each other, trying to tear each other down, trying to cancel each other. So this is what we in now. We in the cancel culture, while both of y'all are on. We all know them boys. Y'all rolling with them boys on their networks, but here you are trying to turn each other down, tear each other down. You know, it's almost kind of like the Drake and Kendrick situation. How both these guys are battling each other, and yet they're on the same label. Let me see. Let me pull it up. We don't need the whole timeline, but you know, sometimes it's like I like to give you guys like a little visual. So let me give you. Yeah, it's almost like these dudes right here. We got both these guys going at it right now. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, it's so interesting what's going on in hip hop right now. Now, yes, I understand what some of you might say. Hip hop has always been a competitive sport. Yes, it has always been a competitive sport. But the way we are going about it now, I think has just gotten ridiculous. And to go back to the topic of academics and Charlemagne, the other point that I want to make is that not only is it in rap and in rap culture, but like with rappers is what I mean, like rappers that are beefing and freestyling and having a beef and all this stuff. Not only is it that with them, but it is also trickled down to media influencers and other people who have like nothing to do with hip hop. And so, like I said, in case you guys don't know, there's this beef right now that's going on between these two. And academics is just having, from what people are saying, his interns just post all kinds of craziness that, you know, again, Charlemagne had made back in the days. The timing is interesting, how it's right after he secured his Netflix deal. And also the fact that academics gets the owl chain from Drake. The timing is just so interesting on this to where it really makes one think. Are there larger entities at play here? It almost makes me wonder sometimes if these men, especially both these dudes right here, not just one or the other, but both, right? Because people have accused academics of, being paid by sources to promote certain albums. Okay. And I know that he's trying to deny that, but I think it's true. You know why I think it's true? Or pretty much why I know it is because I believe, and, you know, we can fact check this if we want, but I believe that there was a time that Lil Baby and academics were cool. I remember that there was a time, it doesn't say it when I'm looking it up, but you know, I watch a lot of these journalists, so-called, right? And I know for a fact that there was a time where he was out here saying, like, play Lil Baby's music. Oh, Lil Baby, like all he was talking about was Lil Baby. And I always thought that Lil Baby was trash. And then all of a sudden they got some kind of beef too, right? There's some kind of beef going on with them. And now all of a sudden Academics is out here saying that Lil Baby's trash. And I was just like, oh, isn't that interesting? I'm like saying like this guy can't rap. Like not like I understand if you got a beef with somebody and then you're just like, oh yeah, F his music. I ain't gonna listen to his music, whatever. But nah, it went further than that. You didn't just say like you ain't effing with his music. It also went to the point to where you was like, this dude is trash. He can't even rap. He can't even form syllables together. He can't even rhyme. You can't even understand what he's saying. I'm like, yo. So if that's how you felt, why didn't you say this a long time ago when you was talking about him all the time? I just was like, nah, man, something don't sound right. Like you guys can go back and look at a lot of my YouTube videos, okay? I've been doing this probably before a lot of these cats. This is why I should be more famous than a lot of them, because I've been doing it longer than some of them. All right? I think I've actually been doing this longer than Academics. Okay? So it's almost like, to me, sometimes I'm like, I don't even care who's really famous or not. I've been doing this longer than a lot of them. But I'll tell you guys right now, though, that, yeah, man, there were definitely sources and stories of him getting paid to promote certain rappers. And then let's not forget with Charlemagne, when he had Cardi B and the presidential election was going on, and Biden went up there and said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And he didn't say nothing about that. He didn't do nothing about that. He didn't say nothing about it. He just went on to another question, like he pretended like he didn't even hear that. And it's like, hey, did y'all forget? That's on the internet. And not only is it on the internet, but you also had Cardi B, who, especially at the time, I mean, she's still pretty famous, but especially at that time, she was really famous. And you're going to have Cardi B and you on a show with a man who's running for president who says, hey, yo, let me tell you something, man. If you don't vote, like, and there's, oh, well, it's because of this or it's because of that or, you know, whatever, man. All I'm saying is that as a black man, I feel like he should have spoke on that, but I understand that he probably couldn't. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is that I believe that both of these could be compromised. Both of these men right here, they could be compromised. But then it also makes you wonder, maybe they're not just compromised. What if? And I know, but hey, that's how this channel started, really was off of conspiracy theories. So let me go ahead and say, but what if these dudes are really just secret agents pretending to be hip hop media influencers? What if, man? I mean, that's what I should really pull up. That's what we really got to talk about, man. What we really need to talk about is who in this rap business are real hip hop and others are just secret agents posing as they're part of hip hop and hip hop culture. You know, like I see some of these people post things online sometimes, and I don't care if it came out like 15, 20 years ago. Just because it came out 20, I remember I saw this in a movie once, and I was like, that's a good point, where the guy said, just because it's old doesn't mean it's good. You know what I'm saying? Just because it came out 20-something years ago doesn't mean that it's good. It was trash back then, and it's still trash today. That's how I feel about a lot of things that I hear. Sometimes people post, oh, this is nostalgia. I remember this in high school. You know what? I remember a lot of songs in high school too. And you know what? I felt that most of them were trash that were on the radio. I already knew that back then in high school. So I don't know what y'all talking about, man. What y'all talking about? But here, since we were on the subject real quick, let me play this. Let you guys hear this real quick. There was one little snippet that I wanted to throw up on here. See what your guys' thoughts are, you know, for context, so you guys can know exactly what it is that I'm addressing here. This one cat, he does a pretty good breakdown. But like I said, man, everybody's just talking about the same thing. Nobody's really talking about anything different. And that's what I want to bring to the table here, man. I want to talk about something a little bit different. I don't want to talk about Ray J getting knocked out and then all that badness going on. I don't want to talk about Joe Budden's name is really Janice. And that's another thing I wanted to say real quick. Who has a white girl name? Like, who thinks that's cool to have that? I see some of the votes coming in too, by the way. Thank you for the votes coming in. I hope we can get a few likes so we can get a few more people up in here. This is how we get the algorithm going. But yeah, man, who is proud to say, hey, this is my white girl's name? What's your white girl name? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Like, why would you be proud? Why would you be proud to say that? That makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
What's your white woman name? They gave me mine. It's Janice. I'm gonna tell you.
Yo, you niggas is
shut
crazy.
the fuck up. What's your white woman name? They gave me mine. It's Janice.
Well, I understand this was an older podcast, but still. I never joked around with my homies like that, but I don't know. Maybe that's just some different stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe that's how they get down over there in Jersey. I don't know. Maybe that's just something different. But, oh yeah, and Complex or somebody put out a list of the top 50 New York rappers of all time. I definitely want to check this list out with y'all later. Remind me of this. Let me save this note. But yeah, I was going to go ahead and pull up. Yeah, y'all should see this. Chiggs does a good job, you know, of breaking things down. So we'll let him break something down for us real quick. And yes, and while we're putting this up, if you guys can like, subscribe, that really helps the algorithm. It really helps us go, and it helps us get things going. So I appreciate it, man, for all y'all liking the comments and, you know, tell me what's up. I'll try to respond to all of y'all if I can. When we about to go live on a few other platforms.
That's my word. How you? We start talking about some other shit.
All right.
Okay, all right. You know what I mean? I need you for the pod. Yeah, I got you. I'm coming soon. All right, but how are you? All right, cool. If you talk about some other shit, I'm like, all right, okay. Bro, we all know how you deal with a chick that don't like you asking her, so when you gonna chill? Like she's like, oh, she swiping with your story, be like, oh shit, what's up with you? But yo, when you trying to
Charlamagne is my guy. I just spoke with him a couple hours ago. Well, fast forward to earlier this week and refuse.
LaRosa got in the background. What LaRosa got? What? Then I hear, oh, you got like, you know, one of the stooges I was on.
For context, they're trying to say that this is one of the reasons why Academics and Charlamagne have beef with each other, but I doubt that this is the official reason. But I'll just let this play for context.
This show and then this other guy that don't like you, and I'm like, what's going on here? Now, like for anything, I like to address things head on. But with that, faster. You know, I don't like doing proxy wars. I like to just kick it off. I tell all y'all eat a dick. Straight up. All y'all eat a dick. Y'all ain't stopping nothing. All y'all can eat a dick. When there is entities that's plotting against me, don't be the messenger. You either with me or against me. No DJ Khaled around my book. No DJ Khaled around my book. Get the fuck away. I did get alerted that there is some dossier that, you know, they thought the big reveal was Academics is number one on the media list again. By the way, I'm number one by a mile. I'm not close with you niggas. None of y'all. Listen, whoever it fits, just hold that shot and return it if you want. But I'm speaking as if it's a reason why I'm numero uno.
Now, keep in mind, Academics Mans, Grand Wizard, the guy that runs Academics TV. Somebody was spying on him. They got a picture of him outside of his crib, and those pictures were made public. So, after getting his pictures leaked, and after Charlamagne refused to give up his sources to Academics, he then says fuck it, and tells Grand Wizard, post any negative thing you can on Charlamagne. I don't give two fucks anymore, and it's wartime. These guys are now planning to cancel Charlamagne, or at least get him to lose his Netflix deal. It's all nasty, you guys. If you guys go to Academics TV on Twitter, Twitter, it's been nothing but nasty propaganda against Charlemagne. Grand Wizard is pulling up any old clip about Charlemagne, and he starts every tweet saying Netflix podcaster Charlemagne, basically trying to get Netflix attention to eventually do something to Charlemagne. And yes, every negative tweet on Academics TV page has been approved by Academics.
Not gonna lie, I was saddened. Unfortunately, I had to declare war on the entire hip-hop media. It's not necessarily me, but I had to take the gloves off. My team, my people, at the end of the day, I got to pick who's aligned with me, and the people who rock with me, they're the people I got to protect. They've been targeted, harassed. We don't know about who. We going to find out at some point. And I've been kind of holding them back for the majority part for almost a year. Keep in mind, these are, if y'all think I'm nasty, these people are worse. Birds of a feather, right? So, yeah, it was kind of saddening yesterday because, with the constant harassment that's been coming towards the team for like damn near a year, I had to tell him, I said, listen, the gloves is off. Do what y'all got to do. You know what I mean? If whoever, and I don't know who it is, if they not playing fair, let's make sure we don't play fair. So I was very saddened yesterday. Actually, that's probably one of the reasons I probably I was a little bit sad. And I was just like, because I would rather not get to the point, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, sometimes you got to burn down the whole building to figure out what the source of the issue was. So it is what it is.
Now, here's where things get interesting, you guys. I'm not sure if this smear campaign is going to work. These are not going to be surprising to anybody Charlemagne works with. Just like Joe Budden does with all his business partners, he puts everything on the table. Everything from their past has been revealed. It's been talked about. I'm pretty sure Netflix, before they got into business with Charlemagne, is well aware of everything from his past. And so is iHeartRadio and anybody else Charlemagne partners with. So you gotta imagine the next step is legal. Charlemagne is most likely going to have his lawyers send some kind of legal paperwork to Academics and also Academics TV, possibly a cease and desist for defamation and harassment. And keep in mind, Charlemagne now has fuck you money. So you only have to assume that Charlemagne is going to do anything to protect himself, his money, his name, and also his entire brand. Now, I do not fuck with anybody being doxxed. But with that being said, you gotta know that Grand Wizard, the guy behind this Academics TV page, he's probably pissed off so many people that who knows who his enemy is. Everybody already knows Academics TV page does nothing but spread lies and propaganda.
So the word is out that Academics spreads lies and propaganda. Now, I won't know if I'll necessarily go as far to say that. I don't think that he necessarily spreads lies. I mean, I will say this. I feel like he has gotten better since, his Ice Spice days. When he was promoting Ice Spice, I was just like, okay, yeah, he's definitely getting paid for this. And then later on, he actually admitted to it. He admitted to being getting paid for Ice Spice. And now let me ask you all this. Where's Ice Spice now? Where is she now? Where's a lot of these rappers now? So I think that, Charlemagne, as this man was saying, I think he is going to probably send a letter to Academics' team to say, hey, man, y'all got to stop this. But I found it interesting, too, with the whole smear campaign that he's doing and the receipts that he's bringing up, that I get it. They did the same thing to Rory from Rory and Mal. Remember him on his podcast where those guys and let me bring him up for context. These guys right here, if I can find the right picture of them, I mean, I guess this will do. But yeah, these guys right here, you know what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's make it a little larger. They oh wow, they even do live shows, huh? Yeah, I guess this will work. The white guy, he had a similar situation where they started bringing up old tweets of him talking trash about black people. And talking trash, and it wasn't really like black people. It was more so that he was talking trash about black women, including Beyonce. And so they were trying to get him canceled for a minute. You know what I'm saying? But he found a way to pull out of it. I thought what his strategy was, what he did that was really interesting, was that he deleted his Twitter account. He just said, F it, I'm going to delete my Twitter account. Deleted his Twitter account. And I mean, he had some interesting thing on there, man, where he was talking about weaves and stuff. Like Joe Budden said, I don't even know if I even want to repeat it, but he was just talking about weaves. Let's put it like that. Yo, man. Hey, he still got his sponsorship. I don't know if they lost any sponsors, but they still got their deal. But people were trying to cancel him on Twitter. I always thought that their podcast was, I liked them better with Joe Budden. But, you know, that's just my personal opinion. But yes, as far as this goes, I think that Charlemagne will definitely sue. And like I said, man, I didn't want to get too caught up in that. I just wanted to talk about, look, that's a part of hip hop that we need to speak about and that we needed to explain, because I'm starting to wonder if there's certain agents in this hip hop and in this hip hop culture that could be infiltrating. You know, like for instance, like when I see Sexy Red, you know, and especially like if you go to her Twitter account, I don't even want to go to her Twitter account because I don't even know if I could play everything in her Twitter account because it's so raunchy and all that. But when I see Sexy Red, especially some of these images right here, like this image right here, are you serious? Yo, I feel like, okay, either she's sent by, you know, the Smiths, the secret agents in the Matrix, or maybe she's just super ignorant, but you know the industry pushes her because they like this degeneracy and they like this ignorance and they want to keep black women especially dumb, you know, so they just keep infiltrating this, because even if you get those black women that get these good corporate jobs and know how to act and know how to carry themselves around certain people, around a certain demographic, when they get around their other sisters or get around their other friends, the sexy rad, hood rat, ratchetness comes out. Oh, I've seen it all the time, man. I've seen it all the time. You can be around the most corporate acting people, and then as soon as the Sexy Red song comes on, it's like, F my baby daddy, F my baby daddy, F my baby. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. That's what happens, man. So, yeah. Sexy Red, man. And, you know, respect to her. I ain't trying to hate on her or nothing. I ain't trying to hate on her. Like, you know, do your thing. Do you. Get your money. Cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool. Get your money. But it's like, come on, y'all. Come on. And then the other interesting thing, though, is that now I'm starting to see people in the comment section when I like go to her page and stuff like that. I'll see people in the comment section that'll be like, oh, she's looking sexy. She's looking sexy. Man. And I'm like, are y'all serious, man? I guess to each their own, right? Oh, man, to each their own. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's not, like, horrible, but still, my point is this. Was she sent by the Illuminati? No, I'm just kidding. But now we also have Drake, who's putting her out now. Now Drake is, like, helping to push her. And I hope you guys can still hear me okay. I don't know if it's, like, buffering or going in and out and stuff like that. And that's cool. Like, they showing y'all that they have a great friendship and they have a good friendship. And that's cool. I respect that. It's always good to have good friends and people that you could trust. And you could see by this photo and the chemistry and the body language, and they've taken many photos like this, you could see that they look like they have a good chemistry. Like, they look like their friendship is really genuine. It doesn't look fake. And that's cool. That's cool. I could respect that. But it's like, come on, man. Come on. Like, a lot of people I've heard have said that her on your new album, which one was it? The Habibti or Habibti? And then what was the other one? Maid of Honor. I forgot which album she's in. I haven't really got a chance to listen to those two albums as much. I've been just banging the Iceman. But I do plan to give those albums more play this weekend. But I'll say, like, yeah, man, there's a song with her on it where it's just like she doesn't sound good at all on the song. And I've heard a lot of people say this. And let's put it like this, man. A lot of people who have credit, because, you know, a lot of people can say a lot of things, but if they have no credit, it's like, who cares? That's all I feel. Hopefully the live is still coming in good with you guys. You guys can hear okay. If you can give a like, that helps get the algorithm out there. So if you guys can give a like, you know, I see the polls are coming in. We got over 60% for J. Cole, 30% for Kendrick Lamar GNX, and absolutely no percent for Drake. Whereas on the last poll, we had about 60-40, which was interesting, in favor of Kendrick. So, and apologies if the stream is like a little choppy, but hopefully the sound is coming in decent and you can hear what I'm saying, because that's the most important part, you know, is that you guys can hear what we're saying. The visuals over here are just for my my TED Talk, you know. That's all it is. But really, it's the words that I'm saying is what really means something and what really matters. And that will bring me back to media journalism. Have we reached the point now in media journalism where people ain't really reporting journalism? They're just reporting what everything says or what everybody else says about everything. For instance, Complex magazine, and I don't mean to go back to that list because I know it's starting to become old news. It already is, right? But Complex, their list basically says that this one Twitter account, Karuko or however you say, was like in the top 10, maybe even top 5, but I think at least top 10 of they considered media journalism. And I was just like, really? How so? Is it because they just retweet what everybody else is already tweeting? Or let me guess, they tweet it first and then everybody else retweets what they tweet. So they must be getting the news first. But for some reason, it doesn't seem like that. It seems like what they get is just a bunch of concert footage from a bunch of other people. As far as news that's going on or things that are really informational or really make sense, I don't really see them being the first to say things. So I thought Complex's list was really interesting. It wasn't even like, to me, I don't even really see it that much as who was really rocking this. What I see it almost as is who are the people that we have under control and who are the people that are doing what we want them to do and saying what we want them to say. And if you do what we ask you to do, then we'll give you props and then it'll hopefully give you more recognition. And then that also brings me to the point of, you guessed it, again, secret agents. Let's not forget, academics used to work for Complex. So did Joe Budden. So these guys used to work for Complex magazine. And now they get the rating. Number one, AC gets number one on Complex. Right? All right, cool, right? But then we have to remember, right after he gets the number one on Complex, and it's almost like so ironic how these things happen, because it seems like it almost happens in every field, right? And I was looking for the real picture, but you know what? For funny purposes, we'll put this one up. And then Drake puts Academics on a leash with the out chain. He gives him the out chain, connects it to a leash. Right? So now you see that Academics is basically Drake's pet. And he's going to do whatever he says. You notice that after Academics got the chain, he started acting different. He started acting way different. Like now he feels like he's invincible. Like he's putting up these crazy posts of Charlemagne from way back in the days. And I'm not saying what's right or wrong. Yo, it's crazy. I understand. He's trying to get him canceled like Rory had to delete his Twitter account. I get it. He's trying to get Charlemagne to do that. Like be like, oh man, if he puts enough pressure, he understands if he puts enough pressure, they're going to have to take that down, or Netflix may have to reconsider. And people going to say, oh, one of the YouTubers that we heard earlier said, oh, well, Charlemagne got that FU money. Well, you know what? Academics is now on Drake's leash. He got that FU money too. You know what I mean? Like, listen, Academics got to roll with Drake. He got the Canadian treatment. He got the hospitality. He got to meet Aubrey. He didn't just meet Drake. He didn't hang out with Drake. He hung out with Aubrey. Okay? So he feels like he's good. He's got this. He's got this, yo. Y'all want to go out here and say Charlemagne got the FU money. You know what? Academics is rolling with Drake or Aubrey, a.k.a. Aubrey, shall I say. He got the FU money too now, he feels. Actually, he probably got more money now. I mean, what's Drake? Isn't Drake like a billionaire now? Everybody's pretty much said that, right? That Drake has to be a billionaire, right? And I think he owns his masters. I mean, just off of owning his masters alone, and probably most likely getting out of his contract like he did with the 3 albums. Because let's not front, a lot of people think that there's a possibility that he got out of his deal, and that's the reason why he released the 3 albums, was to get out of the deal. So now he could be possibly a free agent, meaning independent. Who's to say the man isn't a billionaire yet? Or at least he's on his way? Can we agree on that? So my point is, it's like, if Academics is rolling with you, he got the number on speed dial. You know what I'm saying? And he knows that Drake don't like him either. Right? Let's dig a little deeper in here. Let's see what's up with this. Let's unfold this story here. Drake don't like you either. So it's like Drake was talking trash, taking shots, whatever you want to call it. Adam, Charlemagne, that is. And so it's like for some reason, I don't know. What's weird is that I just thought I heard Ak on Vlad TV saying the other day that he respects Charlemagne, that Charlemagne is one of the GOATs. Now all of a sudden, he calling Charlemagne a PDF. Is that the new go-to? That's the new go-to, right? We calling people PDFs now. Everybody that we got a problem with, we calling them PDFs. Yo, man, what's going on in hip-hop? This is not going on in any other culture. This is only going on in hip-hop music, man. Only going on in that. So, yeah. That's all I know. That's all I know. Let me see if I can play the rest of this real quick, and then we're gonna come back with our take. Cause I got more for y'all. But make sure you guys like the video, subscribe, do all that, keep it going. Hold on. Let me see if we had the other take, or did we? Yeah. I want to let y'all know, man. This beef brought out a lot in some people. But I want to also tell you, don't think that Kendrick is done. I mean, I think those of us that know what's up, we already know that Kendrick ain't done. Don't think that Kendrick is not listening in to what's going on. And I'm going to say like this, man, too, is that I'm pretty sure for Kendrick that he's just reading all the comments. He's reading what people are saying. He could be looking at these comments, looking at what you guys are voting for. Interesting that it looks like everybody's voting for J. Cole. Huh? Really? You know, I may have to agree with you guys on that. Because when I heard the J. Cole, the Fall Off album particularly, I really thought that it was a good album. He put out like 2 albums, or he called it Disc 1 and Disc 2, like as if it were a CD, right? And I was like, man, that album was really good. But you see, this is where I think J. Cole made the mistake. Where he made the mistake at was that he backed out of the battle. And I think that's where Drake learned. Drake learned not to back out of the battle. Drake learned that, like, oh, you know what? I'm not going to back out of this battle. I'm going to keep this battle going, because he saw what happened to J. Cole. And didn't he even mention on the song, like he mentioned that he could never forgive J. Cole for what J. Cole did to him? I think he even said that, right? So, all right, let's play this.
YouTube. Shit.
Post, say what?
People who have a lot of credit.
I think we pretty much heard what we had to hear. Hey, you know what's interesting too? Is that I didn't hear Charlamagne address this on the Breakfast Club at all today. At least not that I know of.
On this podcast, academics felt like, well, if you got time to bring up this nigga Loon on your podcast to come talk shit about me, even though we're supposed to be cool and I've been asking you to come on my podcast, that's a little bit strange. Now, for the next 2 years, academics reassured the fans that everything was cool between him and Charlamagne. Anytime something happened in the media, or anytime Lauren LaRosa talked about academics would get online and tell people, nah, Charlamagne is my guy. I just spoke with him a couple hours ago. Well, fast forward to earlier this week. According to academics, Charlamagne called him with some information, letting him know that somebody somewhere out there is spying on him. Now, here's where things went left. According to academics, he asked Charlamagne who the exact person was. Charlamagne refused to give up his sources. And now academics feels like, well, fuck it. If you're not with me, you're against me.
Shout out my man Charlamagne. He gave me a call. He said, this was going around. I seen it. So what? Where'd it come from? I don't know. Oh, okay. Charlotte, if I wasn't supposed to air you out on that, it's okay. But listen, I got to get to the bottom of this. I hear Lauren LaRosa got it in the background. What Lauren LaRosa got? What? Then I hear, oh, you got like one of the stooges that was on this show, and then this other guy that don't like you. And I'm like, what's going on here? Now, like for anything, I like to address things head on. But with that, I don't like doing proxy wars. I like to just kick it off. I tell all y'all eat a dick. Straight up. All y'all eat a dick. Y'all ain't stopping nothing. All y'all can eat a dick. When there is entities that's plotting against me, Don't be the messenger. You either with me or against me. No DJ Khaled around my book. No DJ.
Business with Charlemagne Wizard, the guy behind this academic. Somebody with power and somebody with big money, enough to go and spend money and put private investigators on them. This whole situation could have easily been avoided if academics would have just told Grand Wizard to chill on the propaganda, also his entire brand. Now, do we have to assume that Charlemagne is going to do anything to protect himself, his money, his name, and also his entire brand? Now, I do not fuck with anybody being doxxed. But with that being said, people that who knows who his enemy is. Everybody already knows Academics TV page does nothing but spread lies and propaganda about people. There's been so many tweets that's had to be taken down from that page, and so many people have told Academics about it. But for some reason, he still kept on letting Grand Wizard get away with propaganda and lies on that page. So you'd have to imagine that he probably pissed somebody off, somebody with power and somebody with big money, enough to go and spend money and put private investigators on him. This whole situation could have easily been avoided if Academics would have just told Grand Wizard to chill on the propaganda on Academics TV Twitter page. If Charlemagne gave you a courtesy call and gave you a heads up saying, bro, it's niggas on you and your mans. Be careful. As a media personality, I'm not sure how you can possibly start waging war against somebody that looked out for you. The number one rule in media is to never reveal your sources. If the roles were reversed, I don't think Academics would reveal his sources to Charlemagne. If this continues, this is going to go all the way left. You guys get in the comments below. I will keep you guys updated. What do you guys make of Academics officially waging war against Charlemagne? And what do you guys make of the nasty smear campaign Academics TV page, aka Grand Wizard, is trying to pull off with Netflix and Charlemagne? Do you guys think this is fair play or not? Like this video, subscribe to my channel. I'll see you guys later, man.
For my friend, Luke.
And for my mom, Phinia.
For my husband, Helmet. Honor.
Keep in mind, these are, if y'all think I'm nasty, these people are worse. Like, birds of a feather, right? So, yeah, it was kind of saddening yesterday because, with the constant harassment that's been coming towards the team for like damn near a year, I had to tell him, I said, listen, the gloves is off. Do what y'all got to do. You know what I mean? If whoever, and I don't know who it is, if they not playing fair, let's make sure we don't play fair. So I was very saddened yesterday. Actually, that's probably one of the reasons I probably didn't stream. I was a little sad. I was just like, because I would rather not get to the point, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, sometimes you got to burn down the whole building to figure out what the source of the issue was. So it is what it is.
Now, here's where things get interesting, you guys. I'm not sure if this smear campaign is going to work. These are not going to be surprising to anybody Charlemagne works with. Just like Joe Budden does with all his business partners, he puts everything on the table. Everything from their past has been revealed. It's been talked about. I'm pretty sure Netflix, before they got into business with Charlemagne, is well aware of everything from his past. And so is iHeartRadio and anybody else Charlemagne partners with. So you gotta imagine the next step is...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because nowadays they think people are stupid. Isn't it interesting that we're in a time now where all your business could be put on the internet? All of your business, yo. Not just that, but the things that you say, you have to really watch out for. You have to really watch out for them, man. Because if you say the wrong thing, we make sure that we're in an elevated time, y'all. I'm in an elevated time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's time to, like, think differently than what the masses be thinking. And that's the point. That's the point of why I brought this topic up. I didn't bring this topic up because I really cared to speak about it. Nah. I didn't bring it up for that. What I brought this topic up before was because I believe that there's things that are going on that we need to see. We need to look past, man, and we need to start seeing things. Like I'm telling you right now, man. We ain't looking hard enough. We ain't looking hard enough, man. We ain't looking hard enough.
Is legal. Charlemagne is most likely going to have his lawyers send some kind of legal paperwork to Academics and also Academics TV, possibly a cease and desist for defamation and harassment. And keep in mind, Charlemagne now has fuck you money. So you only have to assume that Charlemagne is going to do anything to protect himself, his money, his name, and also his entire brand. Now, I do not fuck with anybody being doxxed. But with that being said, you gotta know that Grand Wizard, the guy behind this Academics TV page, he's
I do not fuck with anybody doing docs. I do not. Okay, we can tell with your African accent. We can tell. All right. So let's have a conversation now about the state of hip hop. I hope we're still rolling good where you guys can see us okay. Let me just do a testing 1, 2, 3. Hopefully you guys can like, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? I know some people get upset when we have to stop the video to talk about this stuff, but hey, it's what keeps the video going and it's what keeps engagement going. So I really appreciate it. But I want to go back. I want to go back to this subject. This is the subject I'm going to go back to right here. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, man. We got to talk about that. The hip-hop list that they said. Yeah, man. I want to talk about this. Just take a moment. Let me just look at this picture for a moment. Let me just look at this picture for a moment. Yeah. Some might say that this picture is AI. And let me just repeat that for context. Some might say that this picture is AI. But I say that it's not. I say that a picture speaks 1,000 words, if not more. And this is what I wanted to ask y'all again, is that since Academics got the chain, the owl chain, which is attached to the leash, since he got this chain, has he not switched up? And what I mean by that is, yo, man, he's going full throttle on all of these other so-called hip-hop media journalists. Just like he said before. And I just want to reiterate this because I feel that like this is such an interesting time in hip-hop media, man. But I gotta say, man, Drake giving him that chain attached to that leash. What is that? Could be a Louis Vuitton leash. That would be dope. But, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, man. He's got this dude as his informant, secret agent, whatever you want to call it, man. And not only that, but like Homeboy was saying, oh, Charlemagne got that FU money. Again, Academics rolling with Drake. And once again, he didn't just meet Drake. He got to hang out with Aubrey. The fact that he was hanging out with Aubrey got that FU money too. And guess what? Aubrey don't like you either, a.k.a. Drake. He don't like you either, Charlemagne. That's the reason why Ak feels like he's got all this power now. Not to mention just getting voted #1 on the Complex list. Yo, how dope is that, man? You get voted #1 on the Complex list, and then you're having dinner with Drake, and then he's putting you on a leash. How dope is that, man? Congratulations, man. You did it. You played yourself. No, I'm just, Yo, this picture right here, man. I gotta say, man. But yeah, man. Academics. Let's not forget, like I said earlier, #1 on Complex. Already had a show on Complex with Joe Budden. Joe Budden's also in the top 5. Not to mention that they put people in the top 5 or top 10 that look like they're just faceless Twitter accounts that just repost what everybody else reposts, but for some reason they get journalists. And I guess getting chosen by Complex is like pretty dope, but that's just like getting chosen, which I've already done, by YouTube to like get a plaque. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool. I like it. I'll take the awards and the accolades and the recognition. That's dope. To tell you the truth, I actually rather get a plaque than get mentioned online. But I don't know. Maybe that is dope to get mentioned online because a lot of people see it and they'll retweet it and stuff like that. I guess. But I like hanging awards up on my wall. I like that. So, yeah. Anyways, back to this subject. Man, Drake got homeboy on the leash, man. And now it's like, can we agree with anything that he says? It has almost come to the point now where I believe that there was a time where academics was saying that Kendrick had won the battle. It took him a minute to say that though, because if you watch on my other, on my other videos, he said on TMZ with me that Kendrick was like losing the battle, or it was like close. It was tied. Clearly, when everybody knew Kendrick had won that battle, he had already dropped Not Like Us. It was already clearly over at that point. And then, like people said, Drake came out with the other song where he was just like, he gave up. He sounded depleted. He was done. Those of us that know real hip hop and that admit the truth, we all know that Kendrick won that battle. And even if you don't believe me, your Lord and Savior already admitted to it. He already admitted that he lost the battle. There's plenty of references all over the album, Iceman. But if you want to be thorough and correct and direct, shall I say, then let's just go with where he mentioned the Muggsy Bogues even gets a dunk. I would say that saying that bar right there was admitting that you lost. So it's funny when Drake even admits in the lyrics that he lost, but academics is still out here saying, no, I don't know. It could be tied. It could have been. No, there is no tie here, man. And besides, we're not doing any ties in a battle. Man, like I said, man, some of these people ain't real hip hop. I've been doing this longer than them. And then some of you might say, well, he's more famous than you. Who cares? Who cares, man? Who cares at this point? Who wants to be famous, really? Some of us don't do this for the fame, but that's cool. I understand that you have to get somewhat famous in order to be successful in this business. I do understand that. But some of us are not doing it for the fame. It's like if we get recognition, then we get recognition. And if people notice us, it's like, hey, cool. That's cool. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. But that's not what I'm doing this for. I didn't get in this business to become famous. But I understand some people want to be famous because it feels fun. But let me tell you this, man. I have some famous friends. Some of them you may have heard of. And you know what's interesting? Is that I got more money in my pocket than they do. That's what's more important to me. I'd rather have more money in my pocket than have the fame. You know? What's the whole point of being famous if you can't even buy yourself some food? So that's what I'm saying, man. Some of these cats out here, I think they do it for the fame. I think they do it to get known. Like Homeboy was saying in the post, where he said this guy Academics would post many tweets that had to get taken down because they were lying. They don't care. As long as they go viral, man, right? It's almost like a bank scammer or somebody like that, or someone that's like trying to do fraud. They don't care if they get caught or if that, whatever gets caught. As long as they were able to get your money and do what they had to do with it. That's what somebody said to me once. They were like, well, as long as they get their money and do what they already do. By the time you find out what happened, they already did what they needed to do. It's the same thing with these tweets, man. I've already told some of y'all, but I'll analyze it here. I've already told some of y'all that Twitter has become a place where I don't know if I can even trust it anymore. Like that's what's interesting is that Twitter used to be a place. Let me fix this real quick. Twitter used to be a place where I used to be like, okay, I'm going to come here to like get the news first, I'm going to come here to like figure out what's happening and what they're talking about and what's going on. Let me fix this. But you know what's interesting though now? Is that now I've realized that Twitter is like a place that is promoting fake news. Maybe it wasn't always like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it might not have always been like that. But now it has turned into a place that's doing that. And it's like, I don't even know if I can get real news on Twitter anymore. I don't know. But I do see how they're saying about academics, like posting all these fake tweets that get taken down. Because he's just lying and they're just making stuff up. But it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out between him and Charlemagne. And if you don't know what I'm talking about Charlemagne from The Breakfast Club. These two informants right here. And that's something that I might want to like go into a little further is, are these guys really just like secret informants that are really just pretending not to get along? Who knows, man? Who knows? These guys could be secret informants pretending not to get along just to cause chaos in the streets and disruption and see who reacts to it or what's this or what's that. What are we thinking? Oh, who's real hip hop and who's not real hip hop? Yo, half of these conversations don't even talk about real hip hop. Let's not even get into just hilarious. Who we know, if this would have been a job that wasn't on camera, she would have been fired. We know darn well, I don't know if I want to say it. We know, man, that if this had been a job that was off camera, they would have fired her. They would have fired her. All right, let me grab something for y'all real quick. I could tell y'all want to watch something. Let's see. I mean, the video will probably get flagged, but who cares? Let's see if we can play it back and forth. Let's see what YG's talking about. Let's switch the topic up, right? Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's see what YG's talking about. Hold on, I want to say right here. I'm glad that he mentioned the blood walk, because a lot of people right here think that he's saying, you know, or obviously that's what he's doing. But I want to say, though, that I'm glad that he mentioned the blood walk, because a lot of people think that Kendrick in the Not Like Us video, where he's on, like, you know, the hopscotch, they think that that's the Crip walk. And although it does look like a combination, I think that he's also doing the blood walk. People forget, yo. There's a blood walk. People forget that, man. So it is a good thing that YG definitely expressed that out here.
But it ain't.
I don't want to say too much stuff, but trust me, man. I know what's up. I know what's up.
I've seen.
Yeah, man. Interesting. Bloods and Crips. I just want to see this image. Yo, I get it though. You see, I see why some people be tripping. Some people be tripping because they don't understand. This is a LA thing that's been going on, man. A lot of black people, especially, and you know what I'm saying, and the Latinos too. But let's just talk about, you know, Bloods and Crips. Especially what I know. Let's talk about that. We've had, you know what I'm saying? Man, there's been a lot going on in these streets, man. Especially out in LA, man. There's been a lot that's been going on in the streets. So y'all don't understand. If you ain't from LA, you just ain't gonna understand. And I get this, man. I get what YG's doing here. It's time, man. We got to bring us together, yo. All of us got to be, we got to come together, man. And I get it. Black people, stand up. We got to come together, man. It don't matter if you a Blood or if you a Crip. We got to come together, man. Even if you a Sereno or a Norteño. Y'all got to come together, man. Everybody got to come together. And so I get what YG is doing here. I feel this. I feel this, man. There needs to be more of this. Even though people might say, oh, well, Kendrick already did it at the pop-up. And that's good. Nipsey also was doing it. We need more of that. This is what LA needs, man. This is what LA culture needs. And I get it, man. You can still rep your set. Rep your hood. Rep where you from. Rep where you from, man. But my point is this. Is that it's time for black people to come together. No matter what set or even what coast or country you represent. Oh, let's talk about country too. Let's talk about country real quick. And what I mean by country is I don't mean country like down south country. I mean country like another country, like France. Yo, I've been out to France. Niggas in Paris. Can y'all do me a favor? I was surprised that Kanye and Jay-Z didn't mention this. Niggas in Paris, can you do me a favor? Can y'all not be so racist? I understand that y'all the black people that speak French. But y'all ain't got to be that racist, man. Y'all ain't got to be that racist. We got to come together all over the world, yo. France, and America. That's what I'm saying, man. And for those of you that go to Paris, y'all know what I'm talking about. But I get it, though. To go back to the point, I get it. I get what YG is doing here. I love it. I think it's something that's needed. Yo, I can't wait to hear this album. I can't wait to hear it, man. Like, I'm actually excited for this. You know, and I think that this is something that's good, and I think that it's something that's needed for LA culture. And he's doing what's needed, and he was doing this thing with Nipsey too. So I always respect that. You know, yeah, man. Yeah. It's needed for the culture, and if you don't understand it, it's most likely because you ain't from out here. You're not. And by the way, again, rap in LA is not only gangster rap. A lot of y'all forget there's a lot of rappers from LA, and y'all should Google it. I'm not even going to name all of it. We even got white boys out here that are famous that you've heard of. Y'all Google that, okay? I'm not even going to say the names right now. This is my show right now. beatGrade. That's what I'm going to say. beatGrade. Like a music beat, B-E-A-T, and grade like you graded paper in school. Hopefully you like the video. Get the algorithm out there, because I'm speaking the truth. A lot of these people out here speaking lies. Speaking lies, man, but I'm speaking the truth. But yeah, man. Like I said, man, I'm excited for this album. I think that this is something that's needed. We need to have more of this right now, because we do have a situation where there is a lot of gang violence still in the city of Los Angeles. And if people want to joke and clown about it on the internet, whatever, man. But those of us that know, it's still, you know, it's an LA culture thing. And you have to be aware of it. It's not as crazy as it used to be, but then again, it can be. So I think it's important for YG to do and say what he's doing. And a lot of people, not a lot of people, maybe just a few people here and there, I heard we're kind of like talking like, what? Hey, yo, homie, before you talk about LA culture, the question I want to ask, and you know, you get a lot of people sometimes, but I guess I get it. You got New York, and then you got LA. And the reason why I say it like that is because everybody that understands hip hop, we all know that New York is the birthplace of hip hop. So, okay, we got to respect that. So it's like, we got New York. But then, you know, if we talk about who was doing hip hop, okay, that's where rap music started in New York, right? But who was doing it the dopest after New York? Los Angeles. And that's word. Word to your mother. All right, yo. Hold on, yo. I think I did my little rant for today. I could jump off of here right now, but if you guys want me to keep going, maybe I can get a few likes and subscribes in the video, and I'll keep it going. But we've already been on for a little over an hour. Thank you for some of the likes coming in, but I need some more likes. If you guys are feeling what I'm doing, give me a few more likes, and I'll keep it going. Otherwise, I'm about to cut this off. Meantime,
Chat. You know they say heavy is the head that wears a crown. They've put out the hip hop media list 4 times now. I'm batting a pretty good rate. Twice at number 1. What's the problem? Well, I'll tell you what the problem is. the severe belt to ass, and now since most of those guys who used to feel like they had a chance to compete and they're all unemployed, they're also just kind of outside the fray. Like they're just. I know y'all been like, I'm watching like these guys like trying to get some motion. It's really weak. And I've realized that these guys have gotten to the lowest I've ever seen, and almost to the point where I think people forgot who Academics is. And
for context, I think this is one of the main videos where he's talking trash about Charlemagne.
I'm going to start this all off by saying this, okay? I see and I hear what a bunch of y'all media niggas in hip-hop is doing, which is built purely out of jealousy for me and the platform and because we run this shit. And I want to let everybody know, the gloves is off. You know I love this part. We could all go to war. I'll tell you what that entails. I like to get personal. And for anybody who's going to be like, you're going to be doing too much, because you know how I get super personal. Oh, I'll find out the baby mamas. I'll find out the missing kids. I'll find out everything. It's okay. And I'm putting this out for every media personality.
This is how easy it is to buy shares of properties on RealBricks. You can scroll down to a property that you're interested in. You can click the Buy Now button. Then from here, you have to enter your PIN that you set.
Not because they put me number one. I'm not the same slimy, sick nigga that really got ahead of everybody else. But I'm saying that because I don't know if maybe I'm supposed to take the high road now, but I'm never the high road type of guy. I'm always the where they go? Where they go low, you take them to help. So I'm gonna just warn y'all now. Prepare for all fuckery. And I want to also make it clear, there's no bystanders. So they ain't no you listen. We ain't doing no DJ Khaled shit. But I want to explain where that energy is coming from. Chat. I've been just sitting here doing my thing. Iceman's number one, biggest media personality, biggest rappers. I've been watching the jokes. I love the jokes too. You know, they'd be like, oh, Drake, I like it. It's cool. Y'all did the same thing with me in 6ix9ine. It's fine. Cool. But I'm starting to realize the lies that's brewing up. I realize that there's a stalking effort. Like this week, I've found out that supposedly out of this theory, that is no way that I am this popular as a media personality, that Drake is as popular as a rapper and sells as much. And also because allegedly people like even Nicki Minaj and some folks like that go against some of these people, and you could kind of guess who I'm talking about. There's been heavy investigations going on. I've told you guys about these stuff a long time ago. I was confused. In the last few days, I have gotten, and it can't be towards me, but it is in a roundabout way trying to threaten the people around me. There's people outside supposed Grand Wizard's house taking random pictures of him. Oh, we got the pictures now. They've been circulating these pictures. There's people harassing, you know, some of the people who do memes and stuff like that, and who clip for us, going to their houses, harassing their girlfriends, mamas. And at first I was like, all right, I'm the public guy. Like, I want all the smoke. You come over here, you go meet 4 killer Rottweilers and 50 guns. But people, they don't mess with me. So I was like, what's going on here? But everybody around me started getting targeted. It's kind of interesting. I got told recently that there's a ongoing dossier that was paid for and financed. Paid for and financed. That all of the stalking, the this, that, and third, and a lot of frivolous lawsuits, and Milagro, maybe you were part of it too, or maybe you're also on the list of, and I want to keep this again. By the way, Barbs to Nikki, make sure your queen is safe. I hear they are stalking and they took pictures of all of the people outside of their premises. Yes, I looked at pictures of what they claim is Grand Wizard outside of his house. They took, it's paparazzi shit. It's crazy. So the Barbs, protect Nikki. They're doing the same thing to her. Now, I keep asking the same question. Who is doing this? Who? Now, we're gonna try to figure this out together, because when I keep getting the same answer, we don't know. However, the information that they've gotten through this stalking, so by the way, I want to lay it out once again. They have this theory going on that Drake is funded politically by MAGA. I know, it sounds crazy to you because you're normal. They also claim I'm funded politically, and that's why we're popular. They also claim Nikki is funded politically, and that's why she's linking up with Trump. They have tried to, now I'm pretty sure they can't get by the embassy to take pictures of Drake's kids, but I'm telling you that's where it's at. So I want to pick y'all brain. Who y'all think is doing this? Someone has created something, I call it a dossier, where they have came with this theory to say Drake, Aiden Ross, Nicki Minaj, academics, and there's a few other people in the mix, but they have put out resources to, and when I mean stalk, this is like invasive stalking we're talking about. Like invasive stalking, but it's okay. Again, I was flabbergasted to see pictures that people took from across the street outside of a home they believe is for some people who, they're not even public figures necessarily. Anyway. So that is the theory. Now, in trying to figure out who's behind this, every time I ask someone who claims they have seen info that came from this, they all say, we don't know who's this from. We don't know where this came from. We don't know why this is happening. Just be careful, Ack. Be careful who you associate with. That's odd. I'm going to tell you why that's odd. Because
Yeah, very interesting right here how this breakdown is, but it almost shows you how maybe it's not really that good sometimes to be famous.
even if you don't know where this info came from, it is ironic that only people that align a certain way gets the info. It's not everybody that has the info. It's a certain people that have the info. Shout out my man Charlamagne. He gave me a call. He said, this was going around. I seen it. So what? Where'd it come from? I don't know. Oh, okay. Charlotte, if I wasn't supposed to air you out on that, it's okay. But listen, I got to get to the bottom of this. I hear Laura LaRosa got it in the background. What Laura LaRosa got? What? Then I hear, oh, you got like one of the stooges that was on this show and then this other guy that don't like you. And I'm like, what's going on here? Now, like for anything, I like to address things head on. But with that, I don't like doing proxy wars. I like to just kick it off. I tell all y'all eat a dick. Straight up. All y'all eat a dick. Yeah.
Interesting where we at. This is what's going on right now in this time. We about to jump back up on here in a minute. Yeah. Just checking out what's going on right here. I'm talking about hip hop. Is it good or is it fell off? And for those of you that might be just tuning in right now, yeah, man, what I'm talking about right now, real quick, we'll just do for those of you that might have been paying attention, real quick. This beef right here with academics, it's like, yo, at the end of the day, what are they really arguing about? Important forms the beef that's going on between Charlamagne and academics, but other things in hip hop too. But because I just played that clip real quick, that they're talking about is it good or did it fall off? That's the point that matters. Going on YouTube right now, make sure that you guys vote between who put out the best album between the big three. And right now we have Drake with Iceman, Kendrick Lamar, GNX, and J. Cole, The Fall Off. The interesting thing is that up and down, but it looked like a lot of y'all were choosing J. Cole. But now it looks like Kendrick Lamar has caught up. That's what it looks like now. Voting for it's Kendrick Lamar, GNX, J. Cole, The Fall Off, and Drake, Iceman. For what I'm trying to say though right here, and I'll go back to this real quick, is that this whole situation with Charlamagne pop and Let's go to this list. Let's go back to this list. Or do you guys want me to speak? For those of you that just joined in on TikTok, some people were jumping in and jumping out. But for those of you that want me to speak on the whole Drake on the leash with academics, oh, man. I don't know if I broke that down for you guys. Hopefully I got that recorded, though, on here. Because, man, I feel like we were breaking that topic down. But yeah, let's cover the top rappers from New York. Ooh, I know this list is about to be heavy. I wish you could see of hip hop. Is it good? Or has it fallen off since then? Make sure you guys like and subscribe this so we can get more people up in here. Illuminated King, thank you for the likes. I appreciate you, man. That's like, yo, man. That's dope. That's a dope name. Illuminated. You know, KRS-One told me about that name once. You know the rapper KRS-One, if you ever look him up, rapper from New York. Yeah, thankfully his name is on the list. He told me once, and I have some interviews with him, where he said, thank you, G. Coulter. He said, people try to steal that video, man. That's how viral that went. That video went so viral that people tried to steal my idea. They tried to steal my video, and they tried to take credit for it. I thought that was interesting. But it's like, yo, man, KRS-One told me personally, but thankfully I recorded it too. It's on my YouTube. And he said, oh yeah, they were the illuminated ones. He said illuminated. And Padilla, you said, yeah, when mumble rap came along. I agree with you on that, man. Oh, a hater or nothing. I do like the song by Migos and Lil Uzi Vert, the Bad and Bougie. Bad and Bougie. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Or whatever. Like, that's kind of cool. That was kind of cool. But yeah. GQ says, why don't you get the frame for them pictures on the wall? Because I actually have the vinyl, and I'm going to put the vinyl up pretty soon. I'm going to put the vinyl up. And it actually might change, but thank you for noticing. Thank you for the likes coming in. I actually might change. I'm gonna get like more pictures and expand this wall. My wall actually goes way down there. So I'm like, yo, I gotta have like way more pictures, but we're gonna get it like set up in a different way. But thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate y'all. This is actually one of my favorite albums of all time though. Eric B and Rakim. If you guys don't know about Eric B and Rakim, whoo. Man, you got to know about them. Okay, so let's go into this list. I'm going to tell you guys the list. Thank you for the likes coming in again on TikTok. Let's try to get it up on YouTube as well. But on this list, we have Jay-Z at number 1. Rakim. Ooh, told you. Don't want to mess that up. But yeah, Rakim right there. Woo. Woo. Rakim, man. Rakim. Yeah, GQ Tuesday. I like that name. GQ Tuesday. That's a dope name. Yeah, the new generation, a lot of people said it's not that good. We got 50 Cent at number 6. Well, LL Cool J. I'm going to say LL at 5. 50 at 6. Huh. I don't know if I put 50 Cent at 6. This is kind of an interesting list. Nicki Minaj at 7. DMX, Busta Rhymes, KRS number 10. So KRS actually made the top 10. This is New York rappers, by the way. Prodigy from Mobb Deep. Okay, Lil Kim. Ghostface Killah from Wu-Tang. I don't know, man. I think Method Man, if you have to ask me who the best rapper from Wu-Tang is, who do y'all think is the best rapper from Wu-Tang? Can I ask you guys that? Who's your opinion of the best rappers from Wu-Tang? I have Wu-Tang right here on my wall. 36 Chambers. The first album. Enter the 36 Chambers. The Wu. Reality Base says Ghostface Killah. Why does everybody say that? And it's funny, too, because I met Ghostface, too. I mean, I met the RZA, too. But, Ghostface Killah. Who else? We're not AI summary trying to say the 50 rappers of all time. We're not ranking the top 50 rappers of all time. York rappers of all time. Underrated. His solo album, if you go back and you listen to his solo album is dope. Inspector Deck. But I gotta say, for me, Method Man. I think Method Man is actually the dopest rapper from Wu-Tang Clan. And then after Method Man, I would probably say like Raekwon or something like that. I think a lot of people sleep on Raekwon too. But like I remember Raekwon and Ghostface both pretty much collaborated and did Only Built for Cuban Links. That was going to go on my wall, but I couldn't get it printed right. But I actually wanted to put Cuban Links. Cuban Links belongs on this wall. Okay? That's definitely one of the greatest hip-hop albums ever recorded. I think we can all agree with that, right? Cuban Links is one of the greatest hip-hop albums ever recorded. So that's definitely got to go on my wall. That's going to probably, like, I'm going to probably maybe do like another row up there or something. Man, yeah, Liquid Swords is up there as well. Yeah, Jizza, Exhausted Goblin. Yes, thank you for your comment. Man, y'all got some crazy ass names. But yes, thank you for your comment. Yeah, I agree. Liquid Swords. The MC's brain to come out the brain. Shane, yeah, man. The music was so different back then. It's so crazy. And yeah, speaking of which, Jizza should be on this list above 50 Cent, but I guess we're looking at record sales too. So we got Busta Rhymes, KRS-One, number 10, Prodigy, Lil Kim, Ghostface. Okay, they got Doom, MF Doom at number 14. Pun at 15, Jadakiss 16, Cam'ron come on, Cam'ron at 17. Cam'ron at 17 over Big L. Like, I'm like, yo, where's Big L at? Like, come on. Those of us that know what's up, like Big L's like definitely one of the dopest New York rappers of all time. I can't believe that they got Big L like after 25. That's crazy. To me, that's crazy. But hey, see, I was right. Right after Mos Def and Big Daddy Kane, Slick Rick, they got Method Man. So it is Ghostface and Method Man. Let's be honest. A lot of people don't like Method Man because Method Man was the most commercially successful from the Wu. I want the MCs that people don't know from Wu-Tang. That's who I want to support. That's who I like. I like the rappers that like Ghostface. Let's just be real. Like, Method Man is so much doper. Come on, man. Like Tikal or whatever that album was that Method Man put out, his solo album. His solo album that Method Man put out was like one of the best ones. I don't know. I feel like if I have to go back and listen to it, like if I go back and I listen to Wu-Tang solo albums, let's say solo albums, right? I have to say, man, that Method Man put out one of the best solo albums. Like the top 5 or top 4 Wu-Tang solo albums was Method Man for sure. Raekwon, Ghostface, Cuban Links, Jizza, Liquid Swords. Maybe Ghostface, Iron Man, or Supreme Clientele. And then I'll let one of y'all check the click the 5th one. Let me see your comments. You say you like I like Ghostface more. GQ Tuesday. Agree. Big L could have been the GOAT. Yeah, he could have, man. Unfortunately, I think Big L was actually like one of the best rappers, man, of all time. 90s is undefeated, but I think we're still in a good era outside of the mainstream. Yeah, you could be right. Just don't be bumping the right stuff. True. Marcus says Ray or Jizz are the best to do a solo. Method started to sound too commercial. Yeah, you're right. He started going too commercial, especially when he did with the Redman stuff. Supreme Clientele Ghost was maybe 3 good tracks, is what Keith says. Huh. Pat Pay says it fell off because of people in the industry. I completely agree with you on that. Huh. Bobby Digital was pretty dope. Now it's a bunch of mumble rappers. Yeah, it is, man, and they're trash. A lot of them are trash. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm glad you guys are tuned in right here. Make sure you guys like this video so we can get more people up in here. It helps the algorithm, you know what I mean? Make sure you guys like the video. Share this video too with some people, because we'll speak on some real hip-hop. You see my wall right here. You see I got real hip. Thank you for the follow, fam. That's what we do here, man. We speak about the real hip-hop. I should have put the rappers list up. Actually, no, I shouldn't have put that up here because this list is trash. But at least we can see for ourselves. Look, but I'm not. Look. Yo, man, there's some names on here I don't even want to name. But I'll tell you right here, there's at least 5 other Wu-Tang members on here. Raekwon is on here too. I told y'all about Raekwon. Thank you for the likes. Have I heard of Soul Selection? I think so. Yes, I have heard of Soul Selection. Rashid Sanders. Do legends still need to compete? Possibly not. But I think that what's going on here is they just wanted to vote like their top rappers from New York. Thank you, GQ Tuesday, for the likes. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yo. After Mace, they have Mace actually above Big L. Really? Chuck D said he's number 22. Chuck D follows me on Twitter. Shout out Chuck D. I'm happy to say that I got Public Enemy following me on Twitter. One of the greatest rappers of all. I should have Public Enemy on my wall. I know. That's another one I got to put up on my wall is Public Enemy. Rap stands for rhythm and poetry, not rhythm and blues. Yeah, okay, I could see that. Mace can rap though, real talk. Yeah, Mace can rap. But can he rap better than Big L? I think not. Says with Biggie. Biggie on that song. Celebrate Mill says. T says I like Killer Priest. Rap about weird. Yeah, Killer Priest is dope. You know what's funny is that when I went to South by Southwest, I actually saw Killer Priest on a flight. Killer Priest was cool though. I was kicking it with him for a minute. Like we were kicking it at the airport, taking a flight. I felt like and there was like nobody on the flight to Killer Priest. I was like, yo, here I am rolling with some of the members of the Wu-Tang. I was like, this shit was dope. We're just chilling. I didn't want to like be crazy. Unknown artist music is by far better than the comment. Thank you for the like. Artist is that I started to understand that this is the way the industry is. The industry promotes this for a reason. They want to keep people stupid. Yeah, rappers get older and they evolve. T says you don't like it when they put an age limit on rap. I completely agree. The issue 404, shout out. You asked me who was my favorite rapper from Dipset? I'd have to say Jules Santana. Jules Santana is my favorite rapper from Dipset. Oh, thank you, Big Sess. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, I always speak on the real hip-hop shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we talking about is real hip-hop. And that's what I was saying. Like, these media journalists, like how you hear with academics and some of these people, they ain't talking about real hip-hop. They ain't talking about real hip-hop. Like, even Charlemagne and all them. And it's like, it's interesting how they, how like they're like beefing with each other right now. They're beefing with each other and they're going like the Kendrick route. You know what I'm saying? And they're trying to call each other PDFs and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting. But thank you, Big Sess. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you for the love. I appreciate y'all. The best rappers now are above 40 and wackest rappers are under 30. Yeah. Reality based. I completely agree with you on that. Marcus says I got the replays on YouTube, but it's like you can see the debates, but it's like, yo, man, homeboy was trying to debate me on you know, what's rap and what is rap and what is hip hop, what is this, what is the definition of hip hop, Like, we're going deep, dude, on that shit. I'm like, well, first of all, I am hip hop. That's the difference. I don't have to just like tell you what hip. Like, look at me. I am hip hop. Okay, I was born in this, so that's why I'm hip hop. You know, like I was saying earlier, man. New York is where it started, but LA, I'd say, is the place that came after New York that did it the best. We did it the best after that. In the DM, check it out when you get a chance. Yes, I will. Thank you, man. I always appreciate it, man. I always like hearing people's music. I appreciate that. Fam Kappa says, is that what I should start doing? Should I start reviewing music? Everybody's like sending me their music. I don't know why everybody's sending me their music. It's not like I'm an A&R or anything. I don't work at a record label. You know what's funny, though, is that I used to work at a record label, though. I used to. But, and a major record company for that, too. I used to work at Sony. But I don't work there anymore. I don't work for Sony. And you know what's funny? Hold on, let me make sure the mic is coming in clear. And you know why I don't work for Sony anymore? Is because I got tired of the whole record business. Like, I got tired of the whole, like, politics and shit, and like how they were just like controlling everything. And that's again why the radio sounds the way it does. That's why everything sounds so stupid, is because there's a lot of people out there that made the record industry sound stupid. They started making it sound dumb. Dubai77, thank you for the like. Or Duba77. I appreciate the like. You said hip hop will never fall off. I agree with you on that. Well, I know that hip hop will never fall off, but some of y'all say it did fall off. I agree with your point on that, but what I want to know is it currently hip hop? We're not talking about like all the old school albums, like all the classics right here that you see right here. What I'm talking about is, has it fallen off currently? That's what the question is. Because the South took over with the mumble rap. You had Outkast, though. Outkast was pretty dope. Speaking of Outkast, let me see something real quick. Is Outkast on this list or Andre? Oh, no, he's not from New York. My bad. New York rappers is what we're looking at here. I know they left somebody out up here. Yo, they got Biz Markie all the way down at the bottom. They got A$AP Rocky over Biz Markie. Yo, who did this list, man? Who did, like, Ja Rule? Yo, really? Really though? You gonna put Ja Rule over Biz Markie? I gotta shut this list down. This is blasphemy now. Yeah, this is blasphemy. Fuck Complex for putting this list out. You can record that. Oh, they're gonna be so mad at me for this. Hopefully they put real journalists on their show, man. Put some real journalists on your team. Oh my god. This is like no, looking at that list like actually hurt me. It hurt my head. You're right. We got to close this immediately. Ooh, man, that was tough. Yeah, man, that was disappointing. That was really disappointing to see who? Ja Rule over Biz Markie? Nah. And Styles P or something like that? Yeah, man. Nah, they tripping. Y'all tripping. Y'all are fucking tripping, yo. Like when I was a kid hearing his music, he was doing something that was never done before. You see, that's why I'm happy that I'm like real hip hop. Like I've grew up in this for real. A lot of cats ain't grown up in this. Like the cat that was trying to debate me the other day, and he said, I said, what about Nas and Jay-Z? He's like, oh, I don't know about Nas and Jay-Z. I was like, how old are you, dude? He's like, oh, I don't want to tell my age. You guys can go watch this. This is back on YouTube. I said, all right, Tupac and Biggie. Or you just studied for the Tupac and Biggie beef. I was there. I was a teenager. I know I dated myself, but I don't care. I'm grown in this. I know I look younger than my age. I definitely look younger than my age. But I was born in this, man. I remember Tupac and Biggie beef. And let me tell you, man, it was on. I want to make sure y'all can hear me. I'm streaming on YouTube too. Yikes asks, what album have I checked out this year? The albums that I've checked out this year has been Drake, Iceman, checking his album. I check a lot of underground rappers too. A lot of rappers that aren't famous. I'm always listening to the underground. That's how I know a lot of these cats before they become famous, because I'm always listening to the underground. Like Kendrick Lamar, Drake, all of them. I listened to them when they were all underground, like before they got famous. So it's like I'm not surprised. You know, same thing with Post Malone. But yeah, out of all the albums that I've checked so far, specifically hip hop, that's what I've been listening to this year. I've been like just straight hip hop. Mr. X, that's a dope name, by the way. Love Malcolm X. Mr. X. Yeah. Joyner Lucas, for sure. Love him. Love it. T says, you're not hating on Iceman. He got the bars. Just need to stop crying and just talk ish. True. But one thing that we will say about this, though, is that didn't he need to address the battle, though? Like, wouldn't you admit it? Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate y'all. Like, wouldn't you admit that he possibly needs to, talk about the beef? That's what people wanted to hear. People want to hear the beef come in. Okay? So, like that's what I like about Drake, and that's what I like about what he did on this album. Sky says, you did like Iceman, but it didn't save the game quite. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate what you mean by it didn't save the game? Yeah, can you elaborate on that? Thank you for liking the live, Mr. Like. I appreciate you. Or Mr. X. I appreciate you. Nick Grant. I haven't heard about Nick Grant issue. I'm not familiar with that. I haven't heard that. Yikes Uno. Did I check out Rock Afro TF? When you say Rock, do you mean as in Rock Marciano? If you're talking about Rock Marciano, yeah, I checked out a little bit of his stuff. I love Rock Marciano. His shit is dope. Like, let me see if Sky, now I see your message. Yeah, T said you went back to listen to Scary Hours 3, some of Drake's best rapping. You're not the first person that said that. Sky, what you had said about you don't feel like it brought the hip-hop back or the game back, I have to slightly disagree with you. I think that it brought it back. It brought some excitement back to the game because a lot of people are talking about hip-hop right now. And they're talking about the Drake album, and they're talking about they're going back, of course, and they're comparing it to Kendrick. So it's like a lot of people are talking about it right now. So I think that what he did actually was needed for the game and was needed for the culture. Like this was needed for the culture. And if you also notice, after he did what he did, he started putting his people in line. Like he started putting all of his organizations, all his people, like academics, gave him the chain, put him on the leash, got all his other friends and people involved. He's going around giving fans SUVs and cars and stuff like that. So he's like putting people in organizations, you know what I mean, and putting people in line. So I'm not mad at that right now. I'm not mad at that. But I gotta say that I think that Drake definitely made hip hop exciting again right now, because I don't know about you, but I feel like the earlier of this year was a little boring. And let me say this before I forget. I think where J. Cole messed up at was that J. Cole, you know, he backed down. He bowed out of the battle. That was the mistake that J. Cole made. Had J. Cole let these cats know how I feel, and when you said that Kendrick's album, Mr. Morale, and this is what I should have said on the other stream with that one dude that I was debating with. Yes, but it's okay. I kind of said it, but this is coming to me now. The point that I want to make is that J. Cole, when he bowed out of the battle, right? But when he dropped the, might delete later, you know what I'm saying? And let me speak some realness to you guys real quick. When he dropped the might delete later, and he said on one of the songs about Kendrick's album, Thank you, Carolina, for the follow. He said on one of Kendrick's albums, or the album about Kendrick, Mr. Morale, he said your last shit was mid or something. Everybody said that shit was mid. The only people that said that was dope were Kendrick fans. We're like hardcore Kendrick, and I'm a Kendrick fan. We're talking about Mr. Morale, not GNX. Kendrick came back with GNX. With GNX, he bounced back with that one. But as far as kind of trash, no disrespect. Yeah. King. Exactly. Sky says, yeah, same, but you like older Kendrick too. You were a huge Kendrick fan for real. Xavier, I think Kendrick peaked when he did mix of jazz rap. I mean, he came back on GNX, I feel. Mr. Morale trash songs on there. Like, there's like 3 or 4 songs on there where I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cool. But overall, you're right. Overall, an Iceman. I was like, yo, you are tripping. Like, you just don't understand music. Either you're a hater or you just don't understand music. Because those of us that know music know that Mr. Morale was not better than Iceman. So I give it Drake. In some ways, the album that he dropped is like up there, like almost like better than GNX, I think, in some ways. Like, if GNX was winning all those Grammys, because I feel that his album was somewhat better. Someone jumped in the comments and said, you think Drake is whack. Well, let me say this, man. Sometimes it's not about who you think is dope and who you think is not dope. Sometimes it's more so about, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like he's shifting the culture and he's changing it to a different way, especially, and I'll say this too, man, especially with how he dropped the 3 albums to what some people say to get out of his deal. Especially for that, man. Maid of Honor. I'm going to sit with those a little bit longer this weekend. But what I will say is that from what I heard from first listen, and I did listen to all of the albums from beginning to end, from what I did hear, for the most part, the music sounds good on all 3 albums. Of course, on the other 2, I feel like he has a few skips here and there, like some songs I probably wouldn't really like care to listen to. Banger, dude. Like, yo, man, I feel like personally, there's no skips on that album, in my personal opinion. There might be some that I like better than others, but most of the time, like most likely, there's no skips, man. For me, on Iceman. Even if I don't like the lyrics. You know what I mean? Yes. What did I think of 656? I don't know. Tanish, you say that hip-hop has fallen off. Fell off and good both, Rob says. T says he got something for the rap head and something for the tweaker. Yeah, and the ladies too. True. Good point though. Drake is hyper diverse. People complaining don't listen to all his music. He has a diverse fan base. Okay. I agree. Chilled Electrician says you must have forgot. Well, which album are you talking about? Rusty Jacks? Rusty Jacks? Yeah, I know Rusty Jacks. Yikes Uno knows it. Asked if I know Rusty Jacks. That's a coincidence. Yeah, I know Rusty Jacks pretty much. He actually works for my peoples. Okay, Chilled Electrician says you believe that Mr. Morale is a way better album than Ice. Iceman Drake got bars, but then the corny ones. Okay, I'm glad we have somebody in the comment section who. I didn't hear Rusty Jux's new album, yikes, but that's dope that you say that, though. That's one of the beats, so I know Duck Down Records real well. But yeah, Rusty Jux and all them, that's cool. Shout them out. What I've been thinking about is Cannabis. Y'all know about Cannabis? Cannabis is like a straight up underground, underrated rapper, but he's underrated because he battled LL. Kind of won lyrically, but he lost culturally, if that makes sense. It was almost like, yeah, you had some dope bars, but LL is a legend, so therefore, by the culture default, you gotta lose. But Cannabis, man, underrated rapper. Yo, when I look at Eminem, and I know this is going to sound crazy to you, you know what I'm saying? Like, I actually think that Cannabis is Eminem. You know, like, they're like the same person, except one is black and the other is white. But they're like the same person. They're the same person and they're the same rapper. And they pretty much almost rap about the same things. You know what I mean? And they got the same delivery, the same vocal tone, the same timing. The same timing, the same speed and delivery and everything. But one is black and one is white. And isn't it interesting, too, if you want to even go deeper down this rabbit hole, that Eminem did the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. LL Cool J battled Cannabis. You can't make this up, man. You see what I'm saying? You can't make this up. I'm telling you, man. They are the same rapper. Like Cannabis, I guess, of Eminem's success a few weeks ago. No, I haven't, but I heard about it. That's why I was talking about it right now. I think that's probably why subconsciously I was thinking about Cannabis. It might have like popped up in my feed, but I didn't really pay attention to it. But I'm glad you brought that up. I will check for it. I've actually met Cannabis somewhat with Cannabis about hip hop. You know, we were chilling at like some industry party. As a matter of fact, it was a complex party. As a matter of fact, I don't even know how I got invited or got into that. I don't even remember how. I just remember somehow, some way I ended up at a complex party and Cannabis was there. I think somebody else was there too. Like somebody from the Black Eyed Peas or something like that. But they said Eminem wrote for LL in that battle. Good point, yikes. Good point. Yeah, man. You know what? I think you're right. I think I do remember hearing that Eminem wrote for LL in the battle. See, isn't that ironic? If that is true, we'd have to fact check that, but I don't feel like doing it right, man. Yeah, Chino Excel. Yeah, man. Chino's a real one. I'm glad you brought him up because I just mentioned him, you know, yeah, rest in the power. Like, you know, because Chino's a real one, man, too. And he actually, again, he worked with some of my peoples too. And, you know, he was in LA too, man. He was in LA. Chino was in LA. And, I just remember Chino XL style is and could be that, whether you could find it on Google or not these days. I do believe that I heard that Eminem had possibly ghostwritten some of those lyrics, if not the verses, but maybe some of them. So if that is the case, more thoroughly of what I'm saying here, I'm telling you, Cannabis and Eminem is like the greatest battle rapper. I mean, Eminem's dope. I'm not trying to take nothing away from him. But if you ask me, like in a real battle, if they were to go head to head, I don't know about now. Like, Eminem is pretty sharp right now. But, like, if they were to go head to head back in their prime, like when Cannabis was, like, in his prime. I got to listen to Cannabis's album, like one of y'all said. Listen to Cannabis's album. And then I'll be able to really be able to say after that. But from what I've heard so far, maybe Eminem might get him now, today. Because I think Eminem definitely is, like, sharp right now, like, super sharp. He's always been, but, you know, right now he seems to be, like, a different level of focus. He's, like, sensei master focus, you know? So it's like I would be careful going against him today. But as far, like, that's what you notice. Nobody talks shit about Eminem. Nobody talks shit. Everybody talking shit, but ain't nobody talking shit about Eminem. That's one thing. But I will say, though, that I think back in the prime, I think Cannabis could have maybe got him. Or at least give him a run for his money. He would have at least gave Eminem a run for his money. He definitely did that with LL. That's for sure. Project Blow beat Eminem in a few battles. Yeah, you're talking about Otherwise. I know Otherwise. I know, man. Hey, yo, I'm from LA, so I know Project Blow very well. AC Alone, Micah 9. Shout out Freestyle Fellowship. You know what I'm saying? I know all them dudes. You know, but yeah, I think you're talking about Otherwise. Otherwise is the one that J.U. Ice from Chicago. He beat Eminem in a battle. You can YouTube that. Also, Rhymefest, who's also from Chicago, who's Kanye West's boy, or was Kanye West's boy, wrote a lot of songs for Kanye. Thank you, Yikes, for the follow. Yikes Uno, shout you out. I appreciate the follow, man. Thank you. Yeah, Rhymefest. He wrote a lot for Kanye. So, you know, watch. There's a couple interviews I could throw up here too, real quick. Hold on for just a second. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up right here for you guys. Let me grab that. All right. Rhymefest. Brand new? Brand new? I can't play it because I'm on YouTube too as well. I don't want them to flag the video. Master Ace. Yeah, shout out Master Ace, man. I used to work with Delicious Vinyl. Master Ace is the homie too. The INC ride. It's the ride, y'all. It's the INC ride. It's the ride, y'all. That's what I'm saying, man. They don't make beats like that anymore, man. Like, can we talk about it real quick? Yeah, man, let's talk about it real quick, man. Let's talk about it. Don't tell me you're talking about Queen Latifah, UNITY. Yeah. I mean, let me just tell you, 90s that I used to work with, to be honest with you. Like, they taught me about the record business. And it's like, I felt like I went through some shadiness, too, in the record industry, man. Like, it made me, like I always want to make music, and I always want to rap because it's in my DNA. I really do feel like it's in my DNA. David Mnemonic, that's my rap piece, whatever you want. But I will say, though, that I went through some shit, man, where I was like, man, F the record industry, yo. F these dudes, man. Like, they be stealing stuff. They be taking ideas. They be doing all kinds of shadiness, man. Not trying to pay you for your shit. Yo, I got a contract right now that I got to sue a dude in Japan who's trying to steal my shit. You know what I mean? Trying to take my beats. All right, but back to the subject at hand. T says, so when Drake say the industry is evil, you actually can feel that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unity was a club in LA during the 90s. Oh, yeah. I remember Unity. Yeah, you're right. You're talking about, I thought you meant UNITY, the Queen Latifah thing. But yeah, Unity. It was the club, and then they went on to do Elements. Yeah, for sure. Unity used to be the shit. That was the shit. They used to do the Unity Festival. But yes, going back to your point, T, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to speak on that real quick. Yeah, when Drake was talking about the industry being evil, I mean, look at what's going on with Academics and Charlemagne. And for those of you that probably just got on the stream right now, you know, let me go ahead and say this. For sure. Yeah, let me go ahead and get on and say this, man. That yeah, man, the industry is crazy. The industry is definitely crazy. The industry don't give a shit. And I know I was playing this earlier on YouTube, but just for reference, and those of you that are just tuning in, we were talking earlier about the whole Charlemagne and Academics beef. And like I said, I don't want to get off into this too much because I like the discussion that we're having right here on real hip hop and real rap. But when one of you just said something about the industry being shady, I appreciate y'all. Oh, wow. See, we got some people that haven't heard about it. MJ D38, you said, what's going on in the beef? You know, I don't know. Everybody's trying to break it down. But from what it sounds like Charlemagne must have said something or did something or got some photos on Academics, and Academics basically is like, oh, okay, now he's exposing all of the receipts of Charlemagne, because if for those of you that don't know, previously Charlemagne had some accusations against him, allegations, shall I say, for doing some inappropriate things. Let's just say that to like he was basically calling him a PDF. Let's just put it like that. Like how Drake or how Kendrick did with Drake. A minor. You know what I mean? Hey, Kendrick was a fool for that shit though. A minor. He was a fool for that. Yeah, those guys just mostly talk gossip. I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you too, Spartan. I see your comment. You said everybody started falling off when they started copying the mumble rappers. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, exactly. He was talking about R. Kelly. Exactly. That's what here, I'll play you guys this right here for context, and I'll be right back. Let me play this for y'all for context. You guys tell me if you can hear this. Here, let me see if we can I wish I could play it on the screen, but
Problem is the severe belt to add.
Here's Academics explaining what's going on. I'll be right back with y'all. Here.
And now, since most of those guys who used to feel like they had a chance of competing, they're all unemployed. They're also just kind of outside the fray. Like they're just. I know y'all been like, act why you haven't been streaming, because I'm watching like these guys like trying to get some motion. It's really weak. And I've realized that these guys have gotten to the lowest I've ever seen, and almost to the point where I think people forgot who Academics is. And I'm gonna start this all off by saying this, okay? I see and I hear what a bunch of y'all media niggas in hip hop is doing, which is built purely out of jealousy for me and the platform and because we run this shit. And I want to let everybody know, the gloves is off. You know I love this part. We could all go to war. I'll tell you what that entails. I like to get personal. And for anybody who's going to be like, you're going to be doing too much, because you know I get super personal. Oh, I'll find out the baby mamas. I'll find out the missing kids. I'll find out everything. It's okay. And I'm putting this out for every media personality. Not because they put me number one. I'm not the same slimy, sick nigga that really got at everybody else. But I'm saying that because I don't know if maybe I'm supposed to take the high road now, but I'm never the high road type of guy. I'm always the where they go? Where they go low, you take them to help. So I'm gonna just warn y'all now. Prepare for all fuckery. And I want to also make it clear, there's no bystanders. So they ain't no you. Listen, we ain't doing no DJ Khaled shit. But I want to explain where that energy is coming from. Chat. I've been just sitting here doing my thing. Iceman's number one, biggest media personality, biggest rappers. I've been watching the jokes. I love the jokes too. You know, they'd be like, "Oh, Drake, I like it. It's cool." Y'all did the same thing with me in 6ix9ine. It's fine. Cool. But I'm starting to realize the lies that's brewing up. I realize that there's a stalking effort. Like this week, I've found out that supposedly out of this theory, that is no way that I am this popular as a media personality, that Drake is as popular as a rapper and sells as much. And also because allegedly people like even Nicki Minaj and some folks like that go against some of these people. You could kind of guess who I'm talking about. There's been heavy investigations going on. I've told you guys about these stuff a long time ago. I was confused. In the last few days, I have gotten, and it can be towards me, but it is in a roundabout way trying to threaten the people around me. There's people outside supposed Grand Wizard's house taking random pictures of him. Oh, we got the pictures now. They've been circulating these pictures. There's people harassing, some of the people who do memes and stuff like that, and who clip for us, go into their houses, harassing their girlfriends, mamas. And at first I was like, all right, I'm the public guy. Like, I want all the smoke. You come over here, you go meet 4 killer Rottweilers and 50 guns. But people, they don't mess with me. So I was like, what's going on here? But everybody around me started getting targeted. It's kind of interesting. I got told recently that there's a ongoing dossier that was paid for and financed. Paid for and financed. That all of the stalking, the this, that, and third, and a lot of frivolous lawsuits at Milagro, maybe you were part of it too, or maybe you're also on the list of, and I want to keep this again. By the way, Barbs to Nikki, make sure your queen is safe. I hear they are stalking and they took pictures of all of the people outside of their premises. Yes, I looked at pictures of what they claim is Grand Wizard outside of his house. They took his paparazzi shit. It's crazy. So the Barbs, protect Nikki. They're doing the same thing to her. Now, I keep asking the same question. Who is doing this? Who? Now, we're gonna try to figure this out together, because when I keep getting the same answer, we don't know. However, the information that they've gotten through this stalking, so by the way, I want to lay it out once again. They have this theory going on that Drake is funded politically by MAGA. I know, it sounds crazy to you because you're normal. They also claim I'm funded politically, and that's why we're popular. They also claim Nikki is funded politically, and that's why she's linking up with Trump. They have tried to, now I'm pretty sure they can't get by the embassy to take pictures of Drake's kids, but I'm telling you that's where it's at. So I want to pick y'all brain. Who y'all think is doing this? Someone has created something, I call it a dossier, where they have came with this theory to say Drake, Aiden Ross, Nicki Minaj, academics, and there's a few other people in the mix, but they have put out resources to, and when I mean stalk, this is like invasive stalking we're talking about. Like invasive stalking, but it's okay. Again, I was flabbergasted to see pictures that people took from across the street outside of a home they believe is for some people who, they're not even public figures necessarily. Anyway. So that is the theory. Now, in trying to figure out who's behind this, every time I ask someone who claims they have seen info that came from this, they all say, we don't know who's this from. We don't know where this came from. We don't know why this is happening. Just be careful, Ak. Be careful who you associate with. That's odd. I'm going to tell you why that's odd. Because even if you don't know where this info came from, it is ironic that only people that align a certain way gets the info. It's not everybody that has the info. It's a certain people that have the info. Shout out my man Charlamagne. He gave me a call. He said, Ak, this was going around. I seen it. So what? Where'd it come from? I don't know. Oh, okay. Charlotte, if I wasn't supposed to air you out on that, it's okay. But listen, I got to get to the bottom of this. I hear Laura LaRosa got it in the background. What Laura LaRosa got? What? Then I hear, oh, you got like one of the stooges. I was on this show, and then this other guy that don't like you. And I'm like, what's going on here? Now, like for anything, I like to address things head on. But with that, I don't like doing proxy wars. I like to just kick it off. I tell all y'all eat a dick. Straight up. All y'all eat a dick. Y'all ain't stopping nothing. All y'all can eat a dick. When there is entities that's plotting against me, don't be the messenger. You either with me or against me. No DJ Khaled's around my book. No DJ Khaled's around my book. Get the fuck away. Now, I want to get into a few things. Now,
Why is Rick Ross's name up here?
I guess because he's been going off the ringer and insulting people.
You know
ways
he
to be-
did. Oh, because he did the shit. Then somebody called him. Then
Hove called him.
If you're not using a business travel platform like Navan, you're really missing out. Hi, I'm Ellie, and I'm the People Operations Specialist.
they say heavy is the head that wears the crown. They've put out the hip-hop media list 4 times now. I'm batting a pretty good rate. Twice at number 1. What's the problem? Well, I'll tell you what the problem is. The severe belt to ass, and now since most of those guys who used to feel like they had a chance to compete and they're all unemployed, they're also just kind of outside the fray. Like, they're just... I know y'all been like, act why you haven't been streaming, because I'm watching like these guys like trying to get some motion. It's really weak. And I've realized that these guys have gotten to the lowest I've ever seen. And almost to the point where I think people forgot who Academics is. And I'm going to start this all off by saying this, okay? I see and I hear what a bunch of y'all media niggas in hip-hop is doing, which is built purely out of jealousy for me and the platform and because we run this shit. And I want to let everybody know, the gloves is off. You know I love this part. We could all go to war. I'll tell you what that entails. I like to get personal. And for anybody who's going to be like, you're going to be doing too much, because you know how I get super personal. Oh, I'll find out the baby mamas. I'll find out the missing kids. I'll find out everything. It's okay. And I'm putting this out for every media personality. Not because they put me number 1. I'm not the same slimy, sick nigga that really got at everybody else. But I'm saying that because I don't know if maybe I'm supposed to take the high road now, because
Let me make sure the mic is on. Yeah, that's the good thing about Academics, man, is that you're right, is that he doesn't have to hold back, you know? And that's the privilege of him, is because he doesn't have to worry about like the mainstream media or Netflix or somebody like that being over his head. Whereas other people like Charlemagne, they have to worry about that. Charlemagne has to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I get a little bit more light up in here. Yeah, man, Charlemagne has to worry about that. He can't really speak his truth. So, yeah, I think that's why people tune into Alchemist, but I mean Academics. That's why people tune into him. It's because his takes are so different and so rare. Because let me ask you a question, man. Aren't a lot of y'all like tired of all that hip hop that's just talking about the same old thing every single time? Like, don't we want to hear something different? I think a lot of people want to hear different shit. But yeah, man, his takes were pretty crazy. I just wanted to play that real quick because I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on the hip hop and the state of it. But I like what we were talking about earlier, though, about the conversation of the greatest rappers. The only reason why I played that right now was because I wanted to let you guys know that, in my opinion, I feel like hip hop is at a point right now where some of y'all said it fell off. I won't say it fell off, but I'll say that it's not about the culture about what it used to be. It's not about the culture about what it used to be. That's for sure. And if anybody thinks so, you know what I'm saying? You guys gotta tell me so. Tell me so. Hold on. I was just trying to go back on some of the comments that I missed. Someone said right about the 15th or the 16th, it has been falling off for about a year before that. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's could be, if I understand your point correctly. I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, but what I will say though is that, yo, man, I think it was like years in the making. I don't think it's something that just happened or just just came around. I think that there's a lot of entities at play, like especially within the industry too, and did some things. You know what I'm saying? D Mizzy Mo, shout out. Thank you for your comment. You said that you think hip hop fell off when it went mainstream. I can agree with that. Definitely, man. Like when hip hop started making money, that's when everything like wasn't about the love anymore. I mean, some people were making some dope stuff still and making money, but it seems like somewhere along the late 90s, early 2000s is when it started to change. It started to turn into something else. And now when I think about it, now that you got me thinking about it, maybe possibly it was like Diddy or something like that. It could have been Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember when Diddy first came out, and by the way, that's crazy that he's locked up the way he is. But I'll just say this real quick. I remember when he first came out that, I mean, of course he was like talking about some realness and he was doing this thing with Biggie. But then he was also like talking about getting money. And he had that anthem, the more money, the gun, the more problems we see. More money, more problems. And talking about all this and that, and talking about how he's getting all this money. And now we see, well, they kind of talked about it, but they didn't really emphasize on it. But now we see that Diddy was really just funded by the powers that be, You said non-Diddy hip-hop, you said made hip-hop pop and remember the West Coast. Yeah, I see your point. I think New York commercialized it too. I mean, come on, like Slick Rick, Run DMC, they were all pretty big too, and that was in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? Beastie Boys. Y'all also had LL Cool J. I mean, New York was like really popping too. New York is what made it commercialized, but you're right. We did have, if anything, I could just say like NWA. And then, of course, like Dr. Dre, The Chronic, which I have over here. But that's probably about it at that time period. But what I'm saying, though, with Diddy is that when Diddy came with the Biggie second album, Biggie, 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 can't you see? Somehow your words just hypnotize. Like that song right there, I was just like, oh, okay. That was straight commercial. And that right there was, I think, kind of started to what changed the game. Because Diddy and Tupac was doing it too, because Tupac even talked about it. Where he said, oh, you wearing Versace, you copy my style. Or those are Tupac's lines. So it's just like, okay, Biggie started rocking that too. And you see, this might be ahead of a lot of people's time. But this was one of the beefs in hip hop or biggest battles, I think, that started it all off. Because when we look at the Kendrick Lamar and Drake battle, or we look at the Nas and Jay-Z battle. Let me erase that image. Again, we look at the Nas and the Jay-Z battle. And now we come to looking at the Kendrick Lamar and Drake battle. We see all these great battles in hip-hop and hip-hop history. And then we understand there's a time where you're making money and you're making millions. That's great. But then there's also a time for the culture. Yeah. Here. I think one of you guys were trying to jump on, but, saying I do little talks here and there. I'll probably, before I get up out of here, I was about to get up out of here. Before I get up out of here, maybe I can see if one of you guys are still on the live. I appreciate you. Thank you for the likes, man. I usually don't take calls, but here, I'm gonna take a call real quick. Check if you're still on the line. Can you hear me? I was trying to get you on. Am I still on? Can you hear me? Check. All right. Maybe I didn't have it come on fast enough, but it's all good. I'll say this real quick, man. We're in a time right now where hip-hop journalism, I don't know if you can really trust it. Like, can we really trust it? Like, that's dope. Like, some of these people get props and get all this recognition and make this noise on this magazine and this complex and this and that. And they're like, say, hey, you're the #1 media outlet. Like, today, you're on our list. You're on our list. You are the #1 media outlet. Let me just adjust that real quick. And because this cat is the #1 media outlet, right? All of a sudden, it's like, oh, now he feels like he got it like that. And not only that, but like Drake gifted this man with the chain. I'm talking about Academics, how he got the chain, the out chain. Academics gifts him, or he gets gifted with the out chain that looks like a leash. I wish you guys could see this on the talk, but maybe I'll put this on another stream later on. But gives him the chain. And that's what I'm saying right there, man. It's like ever since he got this chain, it's just like, oh, okay. I'm shitting on all you fools. And it's just like, nah. I mean, maybe some of them. But is you really? Maybe some of them. But you ain't doing it on the real hip hop, man. Some of us been doing this longer than you. We don't care how famous you are. Look at you. Who really wants to be famous like that? This dude got to watch his back. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying right here is that the real hip hop culture is where it's at. And you know, if you getting money for this hip hop, there's nothing wrong with that. You got to do what you got to do. I agree with that. I understand. But there also comes a time in dignity where you have to say to yourself, like, all right, what am I going to talk about that I think is dope? And what am I going to talk about that I'm just getting paid to say? And for the most part, I think that Ak gets paid to say a lot of things. Oh, D Mizzy, I see you up in here. I was trying to get you up on to say some things. But I don't know if it cut off. You said, think about it, even Pac stuff of more commercial than his old work. Yeah. I mean, well, my favorite Pac album is Me Against the World. Here, I'll try to see if I can let one of y'all on real quick. I'll do one at a time. One at a time for right now. And then we'll see. As long as it doesn't get too crazy. Because sometimes it gets a little too crazy when we bring like way too many people up in here. But yeah. Let me know the questions of what you guys are feeling or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. I mean, hip hop. That's an interesting question. That's why I had to put this up here, man. Is it good or has it fell off? Because yes, man, I think that there's a point where things have gotten strange with hip hop, and like some of y'all said in the comments, man, you think that once it became mainstream is when it fell off. And you know what? I couldn't agree with you more. I completely think that too myself. But you see, it wasn't just that once it became mainstream, and this is the point that I want to make. Because I was pretty much there too when I saw this. I was there at the labels, and let me tell you about this. I was there at the labels, man, and I saw that they were just promoting whackness. And for some reason, they wanted to put trash out there. That's what they wanted to do, man. They wanted to put trash out there. They didn't care what it did to society, what it did to the generation, what it did to people. They didn't care, man. All they cared about was putting out some degenerate music that would possibly make money. And I believe that with their name and with their reputation, I believe that they could have made money on anything. But for some reason, they preferred to put out trash music and make money off of that. Hold on. I see some comments coming in the YouTube that I want to say. Just to let you know real quick, I got a poll going on YouTube. And the votes are starting to be very interesting. The votes are very interesting. Hold on. Make sure I could share this on the screen over here. It looks like I'm asking the question, who out of the big three had the best album? And I have, of course, Drake, who just dropped Iceman, Kendrick Lamar, who just dropped GNX, and J. Cole, who did The Fall Off. So yeah, the question was, out of those three, or what some might consider the big three, who had the best album? And I'll tell you right now, the votes are in. I mean, we're still getting votes. It's only been up for a few hours, but the votes are very interesting, and we're at almost about, we're at a good amount of votes. And it looks like we got Drake at 33%, Kendrick Lamar leading the way at 40%, and J. Cole at 27%. Oh, man. Yo, I was thinking I was about to shut the stream off, but I was like, just for that alone, I feel like I got to keep it going. I'm kind of curious to see what you guys will vote it. Because, I mean, come on. I wish I could put the screenshot up right here on TikTok, but yeah. Again, I will repeat that. We have a poll going on. Well, okay. Payne says nobody compares to Drake. Well, we do have a poll going on. Yeah, 33% Drake. Well, the interesting thing is that Drake had no ratings in the beginning. In the beginning, everybody was voting for J. Cole, The Fall Off. And then all of a sudden, Kendrick Lamar kind of crept up, and nobody was voting for Drake. And then all of a sudden, everybody just started voting for Drake all of a sudden. Everybody just started. So now we're at, 33% for Drake, 40% Kendrick Lamar, 27% J. Cole. But I will agree with you, man. I kind of think that Drake's album, in my personal opinion, from what I've heard so far, I think it's my favorite album. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely my favorite album that has come out this year so far. I mean, you tell me. Y'all tell me. Hold on. Let me read the comments on YouTube real quick. Hold on. I'll pull it up. See if I can pull it up right here. Oh, yeah. See if we can pull it up. I will pull it up. Oh my God. And I can't even believe that we had that list up there. Take that list down. Take that list down. Yeah, we had that one list up there. Let's go back to the YG stuff. Interesting.
Do my Dougie with a
Did he say come fuck? What did he say? What was it? He said come fuck a rich. Oh man, N word with a 6-pack. I don't know how much we can say on here on this stream before we get up out of here, but damn. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like I said, I respect this. I can't wait to hear this album. I'm really curious to see what he's going to do with this because we know how Kendrick came with the G and X. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to come on this album. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. So yeah, other than that, let me see. I want to pull up something else too to make sure that we covered everything. I think we pretty much covered it. I thank y'all for tuning in. I'm about to jump up out of here. Unless you want me to speak on Meg. Unless we're going to speak on this. Should we speak on this real quick? I wish some rappers would see this real quick. This is the reason why some of these female rappers, I mean, I get it. If they have the great bodies and you have it and you can flaunt it, go ahead and flaunt it, right? But for the most part, I'm like, I don't know if this is something that's dope. I don't know if it's something that's tight. So, you know, we have to look at it from that point of view. But Megan Thee Stallion is doing her thing. And this might be a different video. But it's just like, why are you out here doing a fashion show like this right after we kind of all know that you had a public breakup? Why are you doing that? Just be you. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, Megan. But she does look good. I'll give her that. She does look good. She does look good. I could see what Klay Thompson was thinking. All right, so I know we got to go back to the subject before we get up out of here. We got to go back to the subject, but let's just play this real quick one more time.
What's your white woman name? They gave me mine. It's Janice. I'm going to tell you.
Yo, you niggas is
shut
crazy.
the fuck up. What's your white woman name? They gave me mine. It's Janice. I'm going to tell you.
Yo, you niggas.
Yeah. Yo, it's so interesting how we got so many people, right? Oh, let me say it like this. All right. It's so interesting how we got all of these media personality people who are just telling all of these lies, but they're not speaking on real hip hop, or they're not speaking on real hip hop culture. And some of us actually sit here and try to allow these people to tell us what's going on in hip hop culture. And I got to tell you right now, I find it absurd. Let me switch this real quick. Yeah. I find it absurd, man. And this is what it's all about, man. Is that the hip hop media needs to understand that it needs to come together on some other things right now. And a lot of people don't understand that, man. So I'm going to be right here to speak the truth. And like I said, I appreciate the poll that we're running. Just let you guys know. Best album out of the big three. So far, we got Drake, Iceman coming in at 29%. We have Kendrick Lamar, GNX coming in at 47%, leading the way. And then we have J. Cole, the fall off, coming in at 24%. So we're judging between Drake, Kendrick, and J. Cole. That's what we're going off of right here. And I appreciate some of your votes. McKinley, I just seen your comment right now come up on YouTube. You said Ghostface. I appreciate that, man. I kind of agree. But if you're saying the favorite out of Wu-Tang, I don't know if there's a little bit of a delay there. But if you're saying the favorite out of Wu-Tang, I got to say my favorite is possibly Raekwon. Because, man, I just love Cuban Links. But I will say, though, that Method Man, we got to give props where props is due. And Method Man is the best rapper from Wu-Tang. Like, let's be honest, man. If there was no Method Man, I don't think Wu-Tang would have been as famous as they are. Hence, you somewhat see, I got him right here. You somewhat see I got Wu-Tang right here. So, I don't think that Wu-Tang would have been as famous if they didn't have Method Man. I think Method Man definitely helped to make Wu-Tang more famous. Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. He said, it's the man, the method man. I'm the man, the method man. Like, come on, man. I'm telling you, man, I appreciate this. Like, some of us have been going back down memory lane, as they say. And a lot of these songs take you back to your childhood, man. Like, wow. Wow, man. Just like listening to those songs, I remember. it's your childhood, man. A lot of people grew up with Wu-Tang. A lot of people that know what's up, they all grew up with Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, so it's like you can't deny it. You can't deny it. And everybody knows, man, that golden era of hip-hop was just more real and more at reality. But not only that, not only was it more real and more at reality, but it just seemed like people actually cared more about what they were saying. And maybe they could. Maybe they could. Because back then, maybe there wasn't this cancel culture. There probably wasn't this cancel culture back then. Whereas now, there is this cancel culture. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Can you guys like this video so we can get more people up in here? Let's like this video so we can get more heads up in here, get more people up in here. You know what I mean? It helps get the conversation going, get the algorithm going. So if you guys give some more likes, make sure you share the video too if you can. Because like always, I'm going to speak on some realness. But if you guys can like, yeah, get some more people up in here. But let me tell you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Here it comes. So we get more people up in here, you know what I mean? So we could have a real conversation, a real dialogue on hip hop. But yeah, this is what I want to say, man. Thank you. Thank you, the DJ, for coming in. I mean, you guys tell me, man. Like, it was funny because in a previous chat, we were having a conversation. And some people were saying, they were like, oh, they don't know if Drake was coming with real hip hop or not. And I understand. Again, music is substantial. Thank you, the DJ, for the like. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. It helps get the people out there. Yeah, I understand, man. Some people might not like what he's saying or what it's about, but can we not agree that he was rapping on his album? And it's just like, yo, you don't have to like the music, but what I do respect and what I will say is hip hop is that at least Drake didn't back down. And I'm also streaming on YouTube too as well. So those of you that can like on YouTube, that would be great. Kendrick Lamar is leading G and X 47%. But yeah, man, my point is this, is that Kendrick definitely did his thing. And I believe that Kendrick won that battle. I believe it, man. I believe it, so to speak. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, friend, for the likes. I believe Kendrick to win that battle. But I will say this, though, man, that Drake. And let me take a sip of my drink real quick. Hold on, y'all. Thank you. Hold on. Drake, what was that? Yeah, I think that Drake, man, he definitely came back in a way that makes me feel like you should come back. Like, that's the way that you should come back. If you were going to come back in a battle, you should come back like that. But like, as we were talking about before, there's nothing like the battle raps of the 90s. And I think most people have learned from that, including Kendrick Lamar and Drake. You said it's good that Drake came back. It showed the battle bother him for the past 2 years. Jordan Hoover says hip-hop auto-tune and crying now. I listen to Benny the Butcher because he's one of the ones who don't. Benny the Butcher gives me a shout out. Go look on my YouTube channel. Benny the Butcher actually gave beatGrade a shout out. Just letting you know. Suave, if I said your name correctly, you said when you factor in Kendrick, Lamar, Beat, Drake, Ghostwriters, also it's even more impressive. Thank you for the likes coming in. Yeah, let's get it to 1,000 likes if we can. Thank you for the likes coming in. Yo, you know what I'll say real quick is that we don't know if Drake really had just straight up ghostwriters on there, because a lot of y'all, I'm not going to say y'all, but a lot of people, I should say, they're reading comments from Genius. And when Genius puts the credits together, they don't separate the writers from the producers. I noticed this about Genius. Because, I go and I read the credits. I like to know who wrote what and who made what beat. I like to know these details. But I notice that when you go to Genius, Genius definitely does not separate the writers from the producers. And I feel like that makes it really hard to understand what is going on. They make it really hard to understand what's going on. So, actually, I think some of the ghostwriters are in the credits, Suave, because if you have 10 or if you have 15 people in the credits, then that definitely means that they are in the credits. So, I believe that Drake would put them in the credits. Jazzy Smalls, there isn't any more intelligence when people write. It's no more going off the dome. I agree with you on that, Jazzy Smalls, for sure. At least, like, you can write rhymes, but you're right. As far as, like, rapping off the dome, like when they say it's freestyle on a radio show, it ain't freestyle. But it's okay. I understand some could be pre-written, but it's like, just be real. Like, tell the truth. Suave, the whole point of a ghostwriter is that you don't see them. Yeah, but I think some of them started getting their credits. You know why? Because people got bills to pay. The economy is expensive right now. Because you know what they know? And I'll tell you this. Suave, I'll tell you this. The main thing that people know is that right now, they know that most people, they're not going to read the credits. Drake always put everyone who helped him songwrite in the credits. Exactly. Jazzy Small says, but Lil Wayne gave credit to his ghostwriter on A Milli. Yeah, A Milli, A Milli, A Milli, A Milli. That's my favorite song by Lil Wayne. I agree with you. Let me explain this real quick to you, Suave. You don't understand. The industry has changed. Back then when Milli Vanilli was out, and if you guys haven't seen it, it's a great documentary. Back then when Milli Vanilli was out, ghostwriters was not a thing to admit or say. And who knows? Maybe we actually got to buy that Milli Vanilli album and see if they put the credits on the album. I don't know if they did. They could have put the singers as producers, but we all know that did our research. We all know that Milli Vanilli did not sing those songs. But my point comes back now to Drake. Whether or not he was writing the songs or he had some ideas. I mean, come on, man. How you not going to be in the studio with some people and somebody writes something and you're like, oh, yeah, I feel that. You know? And then you're going to rap it. It's almost like somebody wrote a script for you, like a movie. You're right. It's like they wrote a movie script for you. And then you're like, okay, let me rap that movie script. All right, here we go. No, Suave, please elaborate on who the best I ever had was. Wasn't sure about that. We did not know about that. No. Did he tell you who he stole Hotline Bling from? Hotline Bling I did hear about, but best I ever had, I did not hear that. If you could elaborate on best I ever had, that would be great, because best I ever had is actually, I'll admit it, that's one of my favorite Drake songs. Let me answer your question. Suave, shout you out. That's a great question. You asked me, so if Da Vinci didn't paint the Mona Lisa, you're like, would you still be like, yeah, he was the greatest to do it? That's a good question. It depends. Let me answer that question. It depends. Let me answer it this way. Has the Mona Lisa been out yet? Let me repeat that because a motorcycle just drove by real quick. I'm in the city. Has this motherfucker right here, man. Hold on. This motherfucker right here, man. Hold on. All right, let me say it like this. Has the Mona Lisa been created yet? That's the question. Has the Mona Lisa been created yet? If the Mona Lisa, and let me answer your question. Hold on, y'all. Let me answer this question at a time. I'm trying to read all your comments, but I want to answer one question at a time. He asked me if I found out that the Mona Lisa was done by somebody else other than Da Vinci, I think is what you said, right? Because that's who did the Mona Lisa, allegedly, was Da Vinci. Yeah, let's speak about real art. Let's speak, like, I can go there with you. What you didn't think I could go there with you? You thought I only listen to hip hop? You thought I only listened to hip hop, huh? Or rap music? Nah, I study Da Vinci too. I study art. I study paintings. Look, can't you see the way my layout is? My house looks like a museum. I already have my house looking like a museum. I'm already in a mansion. I'm already rich. That's why, like, some people talk shit, and it's like, yo, I've already figured out a way to get paid to do hip hop. I get paid to do hip hop for a living. And this is part of my place. You know what I mean? Like, I decorate my place as I want to. And you see my place looks like hip hop right here with plaques on the wall and paintings of my favorite rap albums. But also, I pay the bills and pay the rent through hip hop. So I built this place off of hip hop. I just wanted you guys know, where you see me at right now, which is important because it's all about where you at. I don't think it's about where you from. I think it's where you at. And where I'm at, yo, I'm in a place that hip hop built. Hip hop pays the bills here. Hopefully you guys can help me continue to pay those bills, because I'll tell you, it ain't easy. It ain't easy, but I do pay the bills from hip hop. Suave. And you say Dr. Dre wrote Guilty Conscious. Yeah, I heard that. And Jazzy says, but Drake isn't a rapper, he's an entertainer. That's what some people said. They say he's a pop star, not a rapper, but I disagree. He was rapping over Ninth Wonder beats and doing a lot of stuff. Point is, you've known for over 15 years or 10 or 15 years that he doesn't write his own songs, right? Yo, I'm not here to debate whether if Drake writes his own songs or not. I'm not here to debate that. I agree with you guys in some ways. But what I'm trying to say, though, is not if Drake writes his own raps. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying right here is Drake is just a good rapper. That's the point. Sometimes I feel it's not always about how good of a rapper you are or how good you rap or this or that. Sometimes I really think it's about, are you just delivering it better? That's what it is, man. Are you delivering it better than most rappers? And if you're delivering it better than most rappers, then that's all that matters. Does it matter, which is interesting, your name is that. You said, do I know how it fell off? No, I don't know. Why don't you tell us? Okay. Best I ever had, the DJ says it had 4 credited writers. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing. It should have 4 credited writers, but let's not mistake the fact. And I'm not trying to come off like as a Drake like stan or anything like that, or a Drake fan. I just respect and give props where props is due. Like, trust me, if I had to come between the battle between Kendrick and Drake, I would choose Kendrick all day. But let me just say, but Drake is still dope to me too. Like, I've known Drake or heard of Drake before he became famous, so I respect Drake. But let me say this, though. Best I Ever Had is definitely one of my favorite songs by Drake. And I got to say that Drake, you know, he's a dope rapper. It's about the sound and the creativity and how the DJ says you agree and all, but he's dope and all, but rapper have credit or accredited writers, even Kendrick. Exactly. Where are you guys reading the credits from, by the way? Are you guys reading the credits on Genius? Can I ask you that? Like, where are you getting the credits for who wrote what and what? And can we get the likes up too, by the way? Can we get up to like almost 1,000 or at least 1,000? That helps the algorithm. Maybe we can get some more people up in here to comment and say what it is. So if we can get a few more likes up in here, that'll be dope. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. That helps get the algorithm up in here. Let's get it to like 1,000 likes to get the algorithm going. Appreciate y'all. Doesn't cost y'all nothing. So just give some likes. Give some likes. Keep giving some likes. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm there. I'm there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank y'all. Thank you. All right. Yo, we're talking about hip hop, right? Yo, hip hop is deep like that, man. Like that shit. Yo, like I told you guys earlier, I don't know if you guys were on the stream earlier, but I told y'all earlier, I was like, yo, man, when I was looking at that complex list of the top 50 New York rappers, that shit, like, yo, man, let me make sure I record this. I wanna replay this. Yo, when I was looking at that complex list, yo, that shit made me like question a lot of things in hip hop or where media is right now in hip hop. But I gotta say, man, it was painful to look at. It was painful. It was like, whoa. And I remember some people said in the comments, thank you for the likes coming in. Somebody said in the comments, they said, yo, they're just a bunch of 20-year-old white boy interns, and I'm like, man, they have to be. They have to be, because some of their takes were just like, what? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? What the heck are you talking about? Like, it ain't that long ago. It's not that long ago, man. If you really think about it, like, hip-hop is not that old. Thank you for the likes coming in. I appreciate y'all. Hip-hop is not that old, y'all. Tick Weefy says Eminem is definitely one. Number one out of the best rappers of all time. I don't even know if Eminem will agree with to that. I don't even know if he would. Would he? Does it matter? Says hip hop fell off because blacks. I love it when you guys, I don't really love it, but I find it interesting, I should say. When you guys say the word blacks, like you guys call black people, and I'm assuming black men, but you say the blacks. The blacks don't like this. Like, hey, when you say that, the blacks, that means you're racist. You're just racist. And you're pretending that you're not racist. You're like, oh, I'm not racist. I just said the blacks. The blacks? Let me ask you a question. If somebody said, oh, yeah, the Jews. The Jews. Doesn't that sound kind of racist? It sounds a little racist, right? And hopefully they won't get mad at me for saying that. But I'm just using it in context. I'm not saying it in a derogatory way. I'm just using it in context. Thank you. Well, someone said, hey, the Jews. Hey, the Jews. The Jews run the record industry. You know what I'm saying? That would sound racist, right? Thank you for the likes coming in. That's what they would say. But let's say the blacks. The blacks. Thank you for K-Ray for the follow. I appreciate you. It said the blacks. The reason why the record industry is the way it is because of the blacks. Hey, let me tell you something, man. The blacks, us blacks, shall I say, we got funding from the record companies. But the problem is, or shall I say the issue, is that they funded the wrong music. That was the issue. They funded the wrong music. Yeah, man. Here, I'm gonna let one of y'all come up. I gotta jump off and do something real quick, anyways. But I'll let one of y'all come up. Hold on. Hot Bothered wants to say something. I want to hear what she gotta say. Hold on. Let me hear what she gotta say. I'm gonna do one at a time. Yo, what's good with you? Hold on, let me make sure I got you on the mic.
This what I got to say about hip hop. I feel like hip hop slowly has been getting diluted, and it has been falling off since artists started mixing dancing with the music. The South was straight lyrical. It was raw. It was super, a lot of potential in it until they started watering it down and diluting it so everybody else can take part in it and have to put less effort into being part in it. So that whole chicken noodle soup era, the nene, the jerk, that whole 2010s era is what started diluting down hip hop. And then from there, after the dancing fell off and it was no longer catchy, which was for a good 2-3 years, then we got introduced to the Migos and mumble rap and then SoundCloud. So in a matter of 10 years, hip-hop was diluted so much where you no longer needed to be skillful with your words or with your art. All you had to do was be able to capture somebody's attention with a beat or a flow.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's what literally has been like for the past 15 years been on a decline of hip hop. That's why a lot of people feel like hip hop is falling off, and we're not getting any more #1 records on the Billboard or the Hot 100 in hip hop anymore, because as fast as it it disappears. The hits might be lit and they might catch our ear, but they're so shortly remembered and they don't stay on long enough to become part of the Hot 100, and that's why hip hop hasn't been able to produce a #1 Hot 100 song in the past 2-3 years. It's so diluted and it's so much of it that it's easily forgotten.
I agree with you completely. What do you think of Drake though? Because Drake has made a comeback though. What do you think of that?
I mean, Drake is gonna be Drake. Like, you know what I'm saying? Drake, we all knew Drake had something in his back pocket. He didn't just stand there and allow himself to get jumped for no reason. Drake, no matter if you like Kendrick or if you feel like Drake is a culture vulture, one thing people can't take away from Drake is that Drake held up real hip hop for the past 10 years between the time of 2013 to going into the pandemic 2022, 2021. Drake held hip hop on his back as the #1 selling rapper for a decade. There's not a lot of people that can say that. Not Jay-Z, not Eminem, not Ja Rule, not 50 Cent. Lil Wayne did it for about 5 to 6 years between 2008 to 2013. He took the little bid that he did in Rikers for 2 years and came back. But nobody who has been able to do what Drake has done. Drake literally did what Nicki did for female hip hop in his own right. Nobody was touching him. Nobody was on his level, and he birthed a whole bunch of dudes that at the end of the day just ended up becoming envious of him. Everybody that has something negative to say about Drake ate off of Drake's plate.
I agree with you on that.
Everybody. K-Dot, The Weeknd, Rick Ross, Metro Boomin, the Migos, whoever decided to speak wrongfully on that man has eaten off that man's plate before. And that's not hate, that's envy. And for people to be envious of you, you got to be doing something right.
Yeah, I agree with that. And did you say what you thought of Iceman, or what did you think of that particular album?
To be honest, bro, I only listened to Iceman because I wanted to hear the clapbacks. I'm really not looking at these 3 albums that he dropped as something serious. I feel like these 3 projects was him kind of like trying to get over on the music business, kind of like Michael did in his day. You know what I'm saying? He didn't like the contract that he was in. He didn't feel like waiting 2-3 more years to drop another 2 albums. He finished his contract on paper and was like, y'all wanted me to deliver. Here goes all 3 at once. Boom. Because if it was serious, if it was on a serious note, don't you think that Drake would be on a run kind of like DMX was in 2001 or in 1999 when he dropped 2 albums the same year? And that was unheard of in his day. And DMX had both of them go #1. I feel like Drake would have been on an even bigger run. Like, yeah, we did this 3 albums, first artist to ever do this in 1 year. You know what I'm saying? DMX is the last person to do something like this. To him, he's not taking it too seriously. He's just like, all right, I'm just trying to fulfill my contract. Here y'all go. 1 solid album, 2 half-ass albums. Here y'all go. Here, listen to the clapbacks, dissect it like y'all gonna do. Y'all know I'm a shit on somebody that I have problems with. Go looking for it, find it, enjoy yourselves, and I'm done with Universal Music.
Yeah. I think it was some of that, but I also think I agree with some of what you said. I agree with some of that, but I also think that there was a possibility that Iceman, I think he spoke some truth on Iceman though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think he just did Iceman and just do Iceman and just be like, oh okay, yeah, F it. Like, because if you really go back and listen to that album, yeah, if you really go back and
was the solid completed project.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right, these are write-offs. Yeah.
Like not just that, but like it sounds like keep in mind he put his own money into Iceman too though to do the videos. Like they say,
of course, yeah, and I feel like he did that on purpose though. He did that because he wants to make a point. Drake has been on kind of like how can I say this, on a revolt against the music business for like 5 years now. He wants to show that if you build yourself up to a certain level financially, that after that you no longer need backing. You can do everything on your own.
Absolutely.
Right? You can use your own resources. So technically with this project and him doing that, it's kind of like the prototype and the testing to show people how to literally make the music label obsolete.
Absolutely. I completely agree 100%. But I also think that what he did with Iceman, that's all I'm trying to say. Like, I feel what you're saying on your point, but I'm just trying to say, too, that I feel that he did speak some truth on that album, though. I don't think he was just, like, coming out just rapping to just rap and just do a couple little bangers here and there. Like, Janice Shut the F Up, a few of those other tracks that he did, Whisper My Name, that other people pointing out, Plot Twist. Like, nah, those songs have a lot of meaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have a lot of meaning. The beats. It's not just the raps. This is the other thing I was trying to say about Drake. And I'm not trying to sound like a Drake stan or nothing like that. I'm just speaking the truth because I listen to real hip-hop, you know? I also think the beats and the melodies that he was coming with was like, he knew what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? He knew how to tap into them frequencies. So, but I feel what you're saying, though. He definitely wanted to get out of his contract. I agree with that. But I also think that, you know, I think that he did put some quality music out, too, on top of that. Like, it's some quality.
No, he did. He could have went the foo-foo mixtape route and just didn't give a fuck about quality.
So what about Iceman? So do you think, like, just say, like, forget the other two albums, just Iceman in general, because that's the album where he addresses the beef. Would you say?
No, yeah, Iceman was definitely a formatted and fully worked on and thought through project.
Would you say that was fire, or like, what would you give it a scale of 1 to 10?
I think it's fire just because it has a double meaning. It's like, yo, bro, y'all waited. I made y'all wait for a little bit, but I see it from the point of view where Drake was like, y'all waited, y'all made fun of me. Now it's time for y'all to know the full playing, the whole playing field. Like, at the end of the day, I seen Drake get clowned for like a year and a half, bro. If it wasn't the A minor shit, it was people in the game like Risk Ross calling him a snitch, you know, suing people, right? But at this point, I just feel like hip hop is starting to become a joke when it comes to that. Because at the end of the day, anybody in his shoes that would be considered, let's say, artists like Rick Ross or Lil Wayne. We've seen Lil Wayne go to court for Birdman not paying him, and nobody said nothing. We seen Jay-Z and other individuals go against Def Jam. We seen the Wu-Tang Clan go against all the labels that signed them, and nobody ever called them snitches or made fun of them for taking legal repercussions for a conflict of interest of themselves, their brands, and their music.
Right.
So he just let everybody have that laugh, and then from there it was like, all right, let me put this pen to paper and really show them what was really going on in the background. And he expressed himself fully on that album.
Well, I think this is it, though. I think what the difference is that Drake was suing after he lost the battle. All those other rappers that you mentioned, Wu-Tang, everybody, they wasn't suing after a battle. So that definitely does play a different role into it, because it almost seems, even though Drake said that it wasn't and he was suing Universal, you know what I mean? It almost makes it sound like,
I feel like he was suing because there was a conflict of interest.
That's what he says. That's what he says. You know, but he was really suing, though.
To speak on my name.
But it's the timing. It's the timing of it, though. It's the fact that he sued after the battle. The fact that he sued after the battle is what made people think that.
Once Not Like Us hit the waves, he was supposed to take legal action off rip. I feel like he should have never tried to clap back after that. He should have just taken legal action.
Yo, is this 1080 Jake? Is this 1080 Jake? 1090 Jake?
1090 Jake, the
Vlad dude?
The YouTuber?
Yeah. Is this you?
1090.
It sounds like you,
that
kind of.
That man is straight on paperwork. He be having his paperwork on point.
Where are you from, fam? I just have to ask. Where are you from?
1090 Jake is valid.
Okay. Where are you from? Boston? Am I close?
Well, let me ask you this on the Iceman.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. I just like to know where people call from. I just like to know, like, you know what I'm saying? I was just curious.
How do you feel about Fat Joe coming at Drake over the DJ Khaled diss?
Oh, I didn't even. I heard like vaguely of that. I didn't hear the whole thing, but you know, I know about the Drake diss on Khaled though. You know, he said he's taking shots at the people he feels that did him wrong. You know what I mean?
Cause like, bro, I looked at it. I was gonna make a video about it tonight and kind of like voice my opinion towards Joe. Cause Joe was like, "Oh, I can't listen to this album and kind of process it because I feel like it was wrong that Drake threw shots at Khaled. Khaled is my brother. I've been rocking with Drake since the beginning." I was like, "Bro, but you gotta understand that a person like Joe, his loyalty is to a max. They might clown him, call him the Cap King, but one thing that Joe always shown in the rap game is that he loyal. This man put his career on the line to stand by Ja Rule, knowing that he had no business going up against 50. This man threw Ja Rule frisbees, threw him alley-oops, trying to help him in the beef, and he told everybody, like, bro, I can't leave this man, because when I had nothing, Pun passed away. Everybody was calling me a bum, telling me I fell off. Homie gave me a track with Ashanti, put me back in the game. So I got to show this man love. Khaled did not do that. Khaled, you call Khaled your brother. Khaled stood by and was like, I know both parties. I'm not stepping in. If I give you your fucking hits, if I'm on half of your #1 records, if you made your whole come up off of me on your hooks, and you see me getting jumped, and you just stand there and be like, I don't got nothing to do with it. Y'all both my brothers fight it out. I'm shitting on you. Fuck is you talking about? You can't just sit there and play both sides and after it's over be like, yo, Drake, can I get a verse? No, why you was so quiet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, Khaled got to go for that one.
Yeah, I mean, people ain't mad at Drake for what he said, you know? Like, Drake did what he had to do. He called a lot of people out, and that was what he had to do, you know? So, but overall, you said, so you feel the Iceman album, or you do, you don't, or you?
It's solid. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Okay. Yeah, hey, yo, I feel the same way. I'm not like a super Drake fan like that, but I think for the way he came back and the way he bounced back and the way he spoke up about the battle, I respect that. And I think he kind of learned that too, because I think the way J. Cole, and that's what I was saying earlier, I don't know what time you jumped on, but I was thinking earlier, like, J. Cole kind of backed down a little bit, you know? And I think a lot of people didn't like that.
Now, J. Cole thought he was with the shits, and when he seen that it was going to be an all-out battle, he was like, yeah, this is not what my marketing is about. This is not what I want my image to be. My projects revolves around positivity. I need to hit the eject button before this shit gets out of pocket. He seen it was going to get out of pocket, and he literally hit the emergency eject button and was just like, y'all duke it out. I don't want no parts of this.
Right. Yeah. I agree. And that's exactly what he did. And he said that at his festival, right?
He definitely said it. He was like, yo, I seen two men that I respect. No, you took the cop out, gang. You saw where it was going to go. And I kind of look at it kind of like the Ice Cube and Common battle back in the day, where Ice Cube was getting into it with Chicago and Common stepped in. Yeah. Common thought he had Cube, but then the way that Cube got so disrespectful, Common really wasn't able to bounce back as a rapper like that since he had that battle. So I feel like J. Cole was like, yo, bro, I'm not going to run the risk of tarnishing my name and tarnishing my reputation as a lyricist and as a rapper that I already have in the game. I'm gonna just step out and let these two dudes duke it out, cause I'm not here for that. And he was just like, I bet. He just fell back.
Right. But that was the problem, is that when J. Cole and all them started talking about the Super Bowl and they did that song with Drake, as big as the Super Bowl and all that, then I think Kendrick probably was kind of like, oh, what? You know? Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, here I am.
Bro, that Super Bowl performance was trash, my brother. I'm going to be honest with you. Everybody literally, the J. Cole, I mean, not the J. Cole, the Kendrick Lamar performance was super exposed. Like, Kai Cenat exposed it, a few streamers and people that were there live exposed it. Everybody went to that show to sing one song, and it was A minor. That was like the whole situation like around the whole Super Bowl. Nobody gave a flying hell about the rest of the JNX album that he was going to be performing, any of the symbolism he was going to throw into it. Everybody was there knowing that it was going to be the biggest diss that was out, and it was going to be dissing the biggest artist on one of the biggest stages in the world.
Period.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy
when
though.
the
If you think
live-
about it, that's pretty crazy.
When the live footage came out of people like being in the stadium while he's performing, it was dead crickets. You didn't see nobody jumping around, moving to the music, nothing. And then when you seen the next day that they put it up on YouTube for the recap, that they edited the whole performance, it sounded like people were screaming the whole time. Apple Music edited the fuck out of that performance.
I think they do that for every performance though. That's every performance.
You know what I'm saying? So
I think they do that for every performance though. Like Rihanna too. I think they do that for Rihanna too. You know, like maybe like Usher and them really rocked it, but like Rihanna, I think it was like that too. I think there's a lot of people that just go to the Super Bowl because if you look at the way it's filmed for TV though. It's not really filmed for live entertainment. It's not filmed for live entertainment. Like there's a lot of footage of Bad Bunny performing at the recent Super Bowl or the previous Super Bowl.
Yeah, the one from last year.
Yeah, and it shows like behind the scenes, and you could see that it's like the camera is like following him around everywhere he's going. So it looks like the performance is not even really for the crowd in the stadium. It's really more for TV. So you know they probably don't really get into it for that reason too.
Nation and Apple for the Bad Bunny thing. I'm Puerto Rican, my brother, and I didn't like the format of that show. I felt like that show was technically whatever Bad Bunny was doing in Puerto Rico. They downsized it, put it on a football field, and did that performance. It was just him performing the shit that he was already doing in Puerto Rico when he did the residency for 2 months in PR. That's why I didn't enjoy it. I felt like that Bad Bunny performance could have been done totally different, focused more around the reggaeton movement, the Latino music base, and he could have done so much way bigger than that. But some way, somehow, he ends up with the king of Mookies of Puerto Ricans, which is Ricky Martin, and the queen of the LGBTQ on stage with Lady Gaga, when he could have done so much more for Hispanic people.
Oh, I didn't know that. So you didn't like the Bad Bunny performance, huh?
I did not like it. I felt like he could have done so much more with that.
Okay.
So I was not a fan of it.
You're like one of the first people I've heard say that.
Bro, I'm a solid Puerto Rican, bro. I'm gonna call it how it is. I'm not just gonna give my thumbs up and appreciation and support to something just because
I feel the same way.
We the same flag.
I feel the
You know what
same
I'm saying?
way.
I'm not like that, bro. To me, I felt like he should have focused it more around the reggaeton movement and how far, you know, Spanish hip hop and reggaeton has gotten in the past 20 years. We're 2 generations of reggaeton, and now you're at the Super Bowl. Appreciate that. Let people know that it's there and it's not going anywhere, just like hip hop is. He chose not to do that. He chose to literally push LGBTQ agenda, right? Out of everybody that he could have picked on or called on to be at the Super Bowl, you have the old generation of you, which is Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin was like the king of boy bands from the late 1990s up to the mid 2000s.
I mean, most people know Ricky Martin, right? I mean, most people know who Ricky Martin is. I mean, everybody knows that. Like, everybody thought he was going to do that song. Everybody thought he was going to do that song.
He just went to push on a LGBTQ agenda with him and Lady Gaga on stage.
Possibly. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the footage right now. I mean, it looks like they didn't put... I mean, I know what Lady Gaga's about. What about the scene when he went on the telephone poles? You wasn't feeling that?
All right, so that, I can explain that to you.
Yeah, I know what it was about. I know what it was about. I got friends that are Puerto Rican, too. I
went to PR back in November for Halloween. And I noticed that there was a really big problem on the island where it's not that the electrical grid is a problem, it's the government.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I didn't hear you bring it up. So I'm bringing it up to ask you what's your thoughts.
The only thing of the show that I appreciated. It was to the point. People knew what it was.
That's what I'm saying. That's to let you know I know Puerto Ricans.
Behind it.
Yeah.
But everything else is just like, bro, you've been doing this for the past 3 months. Everybody already knows the outline, the format of your show in Puerto Rico. You didn't have to bring that to the Super Bowl. You could have just literally just did something that revolved around the Latino people and the movement of reggaeton, but you chose to just literally do the same thing you was doing in PR at the Super Bowl stage. And that's why to me it was minimal. I feel like it wasn't creative. There was barely to little effort to it, and it felt to me repetitive because I've seen his show in PR twice.
That's the way a lot of these shows seem, though. It's like it's repetitive, and then they do the big one because there's a lot of people that haven't seen that show, you know? Especially white people around the world, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them ain't seen the Bad Bunny show, so that's probably why he did it. But the reason why I asked you about the telephone pole thing is because, yeah, I got friends that are Puerto Rican, too. And like, they said that they were feeling that part as well. So
yeah, the symbolism behind it was cool, and it wasn't a telephone pole. It was actually electricity post. You know what I'm saying? There's a big electrical grid problem in Puerto Rico, which I don't think is a problem.
that's what it was.
It's just the officials choose what sectors of PR can have consistent electricity, and they favor the touristic sites. Because if you have an electrical grid problem, when I went to Puerto Rico, the first thing I asked myself, and I asked my father that was driving us around, if there's an electrical crisis in Puerto Rico, why in the capital of PR all of the billboards are made of LED? If you were trying to save electricity and be more, sufficient with electricity, why not go the old way where you just plaster up a big picture? Why is everything electrical?
Right.
And my father was like, that's the game that's being played right now. So it's not that the electrical grid isn't powerful enough or isn't available to everybody. It's that the officials themselves choose to favor tourism instead of the locals.
That makes sense. That sounds like everywhere. That sounds like about everywhere. That's happening right here in America too. They favor the tourists more than the people that live here and pay rent here and work here. They want to make the money.
They favor migrants over their own citizens.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how it is. I mean, I think, who knows, man, when you do the Super Bowl, if it's rushed or something, it seems like all the performances could be a little bit tighter and a little bit better, lately. So who knows how much time or what they're doing. But I enjoyed Bad Bunny's performance, but I get what you're saying, though. Like, I feel like there's always something they could do a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's always that. But
I hope they tighten up, because the rumor is that supposedly this year Drake is supposedly headlining the FIFA World Cup in Jersey. So let's see how that fall out, because he was like,
oh yeah, I heard about that.
The Super Bowl, but I'm signing a contract with FIFA. Super Bowl got 100 million people that tune in every year. Soccer, where it might not be mainstream in America, but worldwide, soccer is number 1 or number 2 worldwide sport. So it's definitely going to be 5, 6, maybe even 7 times the amount of people that's going to tune into the World Cup that tune in into the FIFA World Cup.
Word. Well, I gotta check that out. Well, and I know you said you might do a video later on or something. I'd like to check that out, man. Yeah, I'll try to hit you up and check out your stuff.
I'll probably chop it up today.
Yeah, man. I'll follow what you got going on, man. I appreciate your takes.
Opinion at Fat Joe, because you know what I'm saying, loyalty is a big thing, especially when you're from the Bronx.
Yeah.
But you gotta also be able to know when to tell your brothers that they was wrong.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And you sound like you might be the generation where I know Fat Joe too, man. Like True Life. You know True Life? Yeah, I know about True Life, man. I used to kick it with his cousin. His cousin used to, we used to all chill, man. Like, he used to stay out in fucking, we was up in, like, Brooklyn for a minute, but then we all went out to L.A., too, for a minute. So, but, like, I was kicking with his cousin, but, True Life was, like, doing some shit. Huh?
I grew up as a youngin' from the age of 8 to my adult years. I grew up on Fat Joe's block on 161st and Forest Avenue.
Because True Life got a couple tracks with Fat Joe.
Facts.
Yeah, he did a couple songs with Fat Joe, but also they were down with Jay-Z when Jay-Z was like doing Rock Nation, but it didn't really blow up like it was supposed to. They were supposed to blow up. Like True Life, you could YouTube this shit. Like, yeah, he's Puerto Rican too. True Life, he is
the master of signing people and shelving.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? He's the master of that. Sometimes
they got a video.
Like, bro, look at how he did state property with all the dudes from Philly. All them dudes was talented.
Man, they came out harder than True Life, though. They came out harder than True Life. True Life didn't really do. True Life just had a single.
Jay-Z will sign you so you can stand next to him and be his friend and not his opponent.
Well, that's what they say. That's what some of them are saying. But yeah, man. Well, why don't you put that video up? I'm gonna check it out.
No doubt. I'm hitting you with a follow right now.
For sure. I'll hit you back. All right. I appreciate you, fan, for your takes. We'll get you
No
back
doubt.
on. I'll hit you back. All right. Yo, so that's pretty dope. I appreciate people's takes right there. Yo, any other questions that we got right here? I wanted to get to your questions. Red G, I saw some of Homeboy's questions. Hip hop fell off a bit because there's no comp for Drake. It needs to be more than Drake. I feel like it is more than Drake, man. I feel like hip hop is more than Drake. Right now, like you got Kendrick and you got all that right now, but I really do feel that hip hop right now is more than just Drake. The only thing that I feel like Drake did was I feel like Drake just like revived it. Hold on for a second, yo. Yeah, what did he say? He revived it. Appreciate you. Yo, but I gotta say though, man, I think that when these guys do Super Bowl performances, I think they're being rushed. I think they're being rushed, in my personal opinion, and I think they got to do what they got to do. And for what Bad Bunny had to do, in my personal opinion, I feel that he did a good job for what he had to do. I feel that his set was more entertaining than Kendrick Lamar's set. And some people might not agree. Some people might not agree. And I'm just pulling some of it up. But it's like, how could you not, man? How could you not? Look at that outfit. He was doing it, man. Yeah, speaking of the Super Bowl, since we were speaking of it real quick, I watched the Bad Bunny performance, and I said to myself, the behind the scenes, I was like, oh, okay. It looks like if I were there, I don't know if I'd really feel it. You know what I'm saying? Johnny Pesos, you say Kendrick's set made you think Bad Bunny highlighted his culture of both fire. Yeah. I mean, they got to be fire, right? If you're doing a Super Bowl, you have to be fire. So, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. I completely agree with you. It's got to be fire. I mean, Bad Bunny definitely came with, you're right, the culture, doing the whole thing from when they were doing the ice creams and the food. He even had like the taco truck out there and all that. There were some other things though that, you know, was mentioned previously. There were some other things that Bad Bunny was doing that was pretty questionable. But for the most part, I mean, but we already knew that he was going to do that, right? Like that's how he that's how he gets down. Like who wasn't expecting that? To be honest with you, for what he did, it actually wasn't that bad. It could have been a lot worse. Like luckily he came to the Super Bowl with some pants on. Let me put it on here so you guys can see. Yeah. He came to the Super Bowl with some pants on. He didn't, like, if he would have wore a skirt to the Super Bowl, that would have just ruined it. That would have ruined it. All right. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Kendrick's set didn't go over my head for some people that were jumping in and out, or somebody said that. Yeah, Kendrick's set didn't go over my head. When I saw that, I already got it right away. Like, it was really dope, especially with the Sam Jackson and all that stuff. Let me see if we can pull that up real quick on the YouTube. If you guys go to the YouTube, you'll be able to see it. Damn. Take a drink of this. Yeah, I got it pulled up right here. I like the fact how Kendrick had the American flag right there. But it was like the red and the blue, like he was also doing the Bloods and the Crips. So it's like, all right, Kendrick already did this. So it's interesting now that we have YG doing it. YG's now doing it on his page and trying to do it for his rap video. But it's like, yo, YG, we already have this. Kendrick already did it at the Super Bowl. Because some of you probably haven't even seen it yet. You'll see it. It'll come on YouTube pretty soon. Or it's probably already on YouTube as we speak. But some people are like, yo, YG. He's like uniting the Bloods and Crips, which is needed. Like I said earlier, this is what's needed. But the other interesting thing is that, man, Kendrick made a pretty bold statement of this at the Super Bowl. And like somebody had said in the comments, Kendrick's performance, I'm not going to say all of y'all because I know some of y'all probably got it, but I'll say some of y'all. Kendrick's performance probably went over y'all's head. It probably went over your heads. Hold on. Let me pass that blunt. Taking a hit of this real quick. Took a hit of that blunt, man. Yeah, as I was saying, it might have went over their heads. Kendrick, Cole, Nit, real big three. Nit? Who's Nit again? K-N-I-T? Who's that? Am I missing something? Please tell me. Oh, Crit. Okay. Big Crit is dope. I don't know if that's what you guys are considering current rappers. If it's current rappers, I don't know. Because let me tell you, man. Let me tell you. Current rappers, they're not doing it the same way, man. Like, first of all, if you really want to break down the science, they're not even recording like they used to. They're not even recording, man. So a lot of it is just fake and it's just generic. It's not even real. But I do feel you about Big Crit, though. Hold on. Big Crit is dope. Big Crit is dope. Yeah. User 77, if I see your comment correctly, you say, what would you say was the best era of hip hop. Yeah. I agree with Zay. The 90s. The 90s for sure. That's when hip hop was really real, man. Like, hip hop today is just like, man. And I mean, that's cool. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But let's just be real. It just seems like back in those days, in the 90s of hip hop, I'll say real quick, is that hip hop, it seems like most of the rappers and the MCs, they wanted to be rappers. Like, they wanted to be big. They wanted to be the best rappers of all time. All those rappers, Biggie, Tupac, all of them, they were all fighting to be some of the best and the biggest rappers of all time. And then, like some of y'all said, there came a time where money got involved. And a lot of money got involved. You know what I'm saying? A lot of money got involved. And that was it. So it changed after that. It changed after that. And that's what it is, man. That's where we're at now. And like I was saying earlier, just because something's old doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't mean that. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there that will say, oh, well, this came out 20-something years ago. And I was like, well, that was trash back then. And then watching it today, I still think it's trash. And some people will be like, oh, well, you're just hating. You're just hating. You're just being a hater. Nah, I don't think so. But yes, again, to emphasize on that user 777, if you're still on, I believe that the best era of hip hop is the 90s. It is the 90s. No doubt in my mind. Nas, Wu-Tang, Outkast. The list goes on, man. The list goes on. There's so many that you could name from that era that are so dope, that have put out classic albums. And that's the other thing that I'll say real quick, too, is that these albums that came out in this time period and in this era have stood the test of time. Thank you for the lightning bolt. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you for the lightning bolt. Thank you. Fizbo, appreciate you. Yeah, man. Thank you. As I was saying, these albums that came out back in the days, you probably can't see it, but, you know, the ones that are on my wall, compared to, like, what's coming out now and what's dropping now. I mean, which isn't bad.
I don't know what you niggas stop, but it ain't it.
Yo. YG, that's what we playing right here. Whew. He said, man, yo, the game banging is real. Okay. We can't be mad at that. We can't be mad at that. But y'all tell me. Appreciate the lightning bolt too, by the way. Fritzo. Hopefully we speaking some real for you right here.
Shit,
I'm trying to, like, you know, talk about the realness, talk about what's missing in hip hop, talking about what we ain't talking about in hip hop. And we were going through a lot of stuff, like you said, like the culture, the rappers, the journalists, the people that don't really know what's up. Yo, man, like I said earlier, a lot of them are just talking about the same shit. They ain't talking about real hip hop. But like I said to say earlier before we close up out of here, Fritzo asked if I'm about to bring people up here. I was actually about to jump out of here, but yeah, man. Hey, you got something to say? I got you. Here, hold on for a second. I was about to head up out of here, but here. You had something to say. What's good, my man?
Hey, what's going on, man? Interesting topic. I've been listening to you for a little while now.
Appreciate you.
It's I have a couple different ways I feel about this because there's times where I'm like, okay, hip hop was better in the '90s, but then I go back and listen to it, and I'm like, nah, it wasn't that good. I think the number one artists are better today, but like the rest of once you get out of the number one artists like the Drakes, the Kendricks, and all them people, it's like it's not all that great. It's kind of comparable. Like same deal in the '90s. You go back to the '90s, you look at the Pacs, the Bigs, and the people who made it big. But then you look at the rest of the people, and it's like, hey, I feel like a lot of those artists back then were like three song artists. You really only needed 3 songs to put out a record, and like those 3 songs were good. Rest of the album's trash. I feel like today there's better, more quality, I'd say, across the whole album, so to speak. And then another point I want to make is I think we feel different about it because we were more people outside. You were younger, you were outside, and a lot of people felt that as you get older, you can't duplicate that feeling that you had for that music with today's music because you're not young no more. You're not outside. You're not with your people's vibing to it like the youngins are today. That's why the youngins today feel different about it than, than we do, so to speak. Mm-hmm. But if you look at like lyrics like a Drake or somebody like that, I don't really think there's anybody that's made better albums all the way through on a consistent basis. The only other person I could really say that I could put him next to is Jay. And I think if that's a hard one in itself because, if we get to talking about ghostwriters and whether or not Jay wrote all his stuff by himself or whether, Drake had ghostwriters, but I think Drake's albums are way better than Jay, so to speak, as far as like bangers are concerned.
When you say Jay, you mean Jay-Z?
Yeah.
Jay-Z. Okay, when you say Jay, all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you on some of that. You know what I'm saying? Like Drake definitely, I think on this last album that he did, I think he came through with it, on the Iceman, for sure. Like that's the main one that we were talking about, even though I know that he's dropped a lot of other different albums, but the Iceman is definitely the one that glad to hear that you like it. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause some people, everybody's gonna have their opinion. Some people are gonna like it, some people are not gonna like it, but I think like what we try to do over here is just recognize where props is due and real recognize real,
Especially he's cooking boys on that. He ain't just cooking one cat. He's cooking a bunch of cats all at once on that album. So,
I agree.
I agree.
And that's good, and that's the way you should come back. That's what we were saying earlier, that's the way you should come back. And maybe with the other person that was on earlier, I think, we kind of said that and went over it a little bit, but you just reminded me of that was... There was something that I was thinking that we were kind of talking about that I was like, all right, let's kind of explain this, that you're right. He was cooking people on that album as it needed to be done.
Yeah, and it's wild because he cooked a whole bunch of cats and he gave you 3 albums. He gave you, I'd say Maid of Honor, which I would consider like a club album, so to speak. It's more like a club album. the one I listened to it.
Yeah.
And then Habidi, that's kind of like an R&B joint.
Right.
You know, with songs like Classic and WNBA and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Then you got the Iceman, which everybody's been waiting on. That he did exactly what we knew he was gonna do. He was gonna drop something. He was gonna kill it. It was gonna be good from beginning to end, and he was gonna diss a bunch of people. And that's kind of what we've been waiting on. Especially if you're a Drake fan and you had to sit through that. You know, what was that, 2 years or so of listening to all these Kendrick people talk about your guy?
I mean, even if you're not a Drake fan, just the fact of the way he came back was like, he didn't like back down, and a lot of people I think appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to say shout out to Ronnie. I see Ronnie's comment. I just wanted to respond to him real quick that he said rap music is detrimental to our communities. Well, I guess some people will say that now, but you know, yeah. But you say hip hop is still good, but yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
And then you know, and then even through that, you know, like people like J. Cole, who I used to like, you know, I really don't feel the same way about anymore.
Why is that? Is it because of the battle?
Yeah. I feel like the whole, because him naming, oh, we're the big three, and I'm like Muhammad. I feel like he lined Drake up for this, and then when it came time to fight, he jumped out the whip. Like they say on the memes say, you know.
Right.
He was like Ricky from Boys in the Hood. Like, let me out the car. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier.
But not only that, J. Cole was falling off on his own. He got on this wave of too woke. He started getting too woke for me. You know what I mean? With like KOD and all his views. Like, he was good. Forest Hills Drive. His mixtapes were fire. But even the Revenge of the Dreamers were nice. I thought those were really dope albums. And then when he does features, he was fire. But then after KOD and his individual projects, I didn't like him. You know.
Yeah.
Rick Ross is another one that he started speaking up during the Kendrick dissing Drake part of it, and he started like trying to get racial with him, calling him a white boy and stuff like that. And I just thought that was very distasteful, especially with the amount of bangers that Drake hit you with. Especially like on certain songs that were really big for you, but like if you go to Care Package, and then it'll be like Drake. What's that one song that was really big? I can't remember what the name of it is.
I mean, he had a lot of big songs.
Yeah, but Drake put out the original version on Care Package.
Oh,
and
okay.
I was like, damn, that original version was hard without Rick Ross. You know what I mean? And it just goes to show the layups he was giving these boys, and for them to start trying to throw shots whenever somebody's dying. It's like you've been a slime ball all your life. I almost feel like Rick Ross is a slime ball.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate your take on hip hop. Where are you calling from, by the way?
Me, I'm from Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. Where? How's the weather over there right now?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's in the 70s right now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's usually gloomy.
Nice.
Why? Where are you from?
I'm in LA. I'm in LA.
Oh, okay. You on the west and shit.
Yeah. On West Coast. Sunny over here right now.
Hey, what's up?
But yeah. No, I appreciate your takes, man.
Hey, real quick. How's LA taking this Iceman album?
From what I hear so far, I think people are feeling it out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are feeling it. And like somebody had said before, nobody in LA really ever stopped effing with Drake. Like, we've always been down with Drake, even though, like, of course we riding with Kendrick. But I think, like, of course you got some people in LA that are gonna be like, nah, F that album, I ain't listening to that, you know? Like, that shit's trash, that's whack. You got some of those, but you got some of us I think that can look beyond the battle and the beef. I think those are people that just look at the beef, you know? Like those of us that look beyond the beef, we appreciate good music. And I think we can tell that what Drake did right here with Iceman, I'll say specifically Iceman. I haven't really listened to the other two yet, but I'm going to give it more of a listen. But yeah.
I feel like for like West Coast artists, I was happy to see that the game stood by Drake during this whole scenario and stuff. Like he supported both artists, but he didn't like pick a side, and he still showed love to Drake, and he kept it real. Like, hey, that's my guy, regardless of what's going on. YG, he kind of did what he was supposed to do in that matter. He wasn't in it, but Drake did mention his name, and he had to like come out and be like, yo, don't throw my name out there and get me involved in this. You know what I mean? Because if you do, I'm gonna have to ride with the West type feeling. You know what I mean? So I wasn't mad at that because that's gang politics out there, so to speak. You know what I mean? So you got to always pay attention to that. But, you know what I mean? Like I said, I was happy with the game and his support for it. But,
yeah.
Are you going to go to the concert when Drake come to L.A.?
You know, I haven't really been out in a long time. You know, if I get on the guest list, maybe, you know what I mean? I'll put it like that. If I get some tickets, I might come through. You know, but
I'm curious to see what that stage gonna look like.
I'm sure he's gonna do his thing. You know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure I'll hear about it regardless. You know what I mean? But
being that they had the pop out and whatever, you know.
Yeah. I mean, and I go other places too. Like, to tell you the truth, I was actually planning on coming out to New York to see Jay-Z. Because remember Jay-Z, he's supposed to do Yankee Stadium, right? In the next month or two. You heard about that, right?
Wait, what's he doing?
Jay-Z. He's doing he's doing the Blueprint and the first album, Reasonable Doubt, at Yankee Stadium, like in July.
Okay.
You hear about that?
Nah.
Oh yeah, well you in
And
Pittsburgh, so yeah. But I mean, yeah, out there in the East Coast. So I'm just saying, I have some people that I've been talking to, and we're thinking about going out to New York for that.
No, that would be a cool one. That'd be a cool one. Especially you ain't gonna get too many more chances to see Jay ever. You know what I mean? Like you're getting into that realm of like once in a lifetime type things.
Exactly. Doing all the full albums too on the Blueprint and all that. So, but hey man, I appreciate your takes though. We gotta connect. You know, maybe I'll get you on another call. I'm gonna get a couple other people up in here, but yeah, they were jumping in. But I appreciate you though, man. No doubt.
Thanks for bringing me up. I appreciate it.
Hey, no doubt. I appreciate your takes. Hopefully we follow and we'll see what's up. All right, y'all. Well, I might be able to tell y'all about a few more things real quick. I have a few more people on YouTube that are hollering at me, but we gonna make it happen. And I just want to say, getting everybody's takes. Like, I really appreciate everybody's takes, and I appreciate everybody telling me what's up and how they feel about everything. There was a few more people that I wanted to let up, but I think, you know what? We're going to probably have y'all on a little bit later tonight. And I'm about to sign off for a minute. We've been streaming for about how long? Almost 5 hours. So this is almost like a shift, which is cool with me. We putting in our work, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we've been streaming for almost about 5 hours. But I appreciate the poll too before we get up out of here. I appreciate that the poll says that Drake Iceman is at 28%, Kendrick Lamar is at 50%, and J. Cole, The Fall Off, is at 22%. So we have Iceman versus GNX versus The Fall Off, with GNX leading at 50% over the two. Wow, that's interesting. The crowd has spoken. Yo, I feel for this weekend, I'll have to go listen to all these albums. I'm going to go listen to all these albums. But I appreciate real hip-hop, man. Ronnie, I wish I would have saw that comment earlier if you were back on or off. But you said Rick Ross is lyrically superior to Drake. I completely disagree with that. But you said you wanted to talk about Eminem. One of y'all wanted to talk about Eminem. But, ooh, you must have heard about the beef between Drake and Rick Ross. I have to completely disagree with that. But you know what? That might be a whole nother topic. But yo, man, I completely disagree with that. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, you must be saying that for Rage Bait. I know you're just saying that for Rage Bait because you've seen the videos that have been trending all over the internet right now with Rick Ross and Drake. Yeah, you've been seeing all the videos that have been trending with Rick Ross and Drake. So now all of a sudden you're just like, oh yeah, Rick Ross is superior to Drake. Come on, man. You sound like that one dude who I should have just checked right away. This was earlier. This was on another call. But I should have checked him right away when he said that Rick Ross had the better verse on the Take Care album than Drake. I'm like, what? What? Come on, man. All right, just at that point, just admit you're a hater. At that point, just admit it. You're a hater. There's no way that Rick Ross had a better verse than Drake. I think we all know that. But yeah. I'm going to let it be known. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Some people, I think, are just trolling. There's no way that you can think that Rick Ross had a better verse than Drake. And not only that, not only did he not have a better verse, but the fact that he's going up here and doing his smear campaign. But it's not just him. And I want to say this too before I get up out of here. It's not just him. It's a lot of people. There's a lot of people out there that are just hating on each other. And I'll tell you right now, like, yo, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what the heck is going on here, man? Like, why is everybody hating on each other? Is there a reason for that? Like, is there a way that, like they say, like, can people just get along? No, we don't have to go there. Nah. But you know what I'm saying? It's just like, man, it's so weird how it is right now in the world and in the system. It's so strange. So I appreciate y'all. I'll probably jump back on here later on. Thank you for tuning in. We've gone for almost about 5 hours, which I think is pretty good. And that's what we'll do. I'll go on here for a long time, and we'll see who we resonate with and who we click with. Maybe we'll do another rebroadcast again later tonight around shall we say maybe 11:30 Eastern time. Hopefully that works for some of y'all. So yeah, we'll be back on 11:30 Eastern time. But I thank you guys for tuning in. And let me just read some of the comments before I get up out of here. I think I already saw that one. Can we talk about how good Eminem is? I'll speak on that real quick. Eminem is a great rapper. He's a great rapper. Actually, I'll have to do Eminem in another talk because I wouldn't be able to sum Eminem up in just a minute. And I'm trying to jump out of here about that time. So we got other things that we got to do and other broadcasts that we got to do. But I definitely appreciate y'all. I'm signing out real quick. We'll be on maybe in another few hours. That'll be around 11:30 Eastern time. So make sure you guys tune in then. I really appreciate all the comments that were coming in. Once again, my name is David beatGrade, and you are now rocking with the best. Thank you. And I really appreciate y'all. For sure.